Chapter 466. Everyone had been fighting in the Immortals' cave for 2 years. It was a good time to come back to digest these combat experiences and improve their cultivation base with peace of mind. No one said much. They returned to their respective rooms and began to cultivate. Yang Chen did not plan to take everyone with him. The Dragon Palace treasures were of great importance, and it was Yang Chen's Immortals' cave that he planned to carry with him in the future. It must not be easily known by others. If his master wanted to experience again, the position and techniques were taught to them, they could go at any time. There was no hindrance with or without Yang Chen. Anyway, Yang Chen was just practicing and reading the jade slips in the palace every day. He had never seen him go out and fight with the monsters. Of course, Yang Chen did not abandon his cultivation. He persisted in practicing every day for a week. It was just that in the eyes of others, only practicing one day was indeed a bit lazy. But everyone knew that Yang Chen's specialty was alchemy, so no one urged him on his cultivation base. This time, when he returned to Chunyang Palace, the sect also gave him a little surprise. In more than 2 years, the sect has received hundreds of kinds of fire seeds, which were different from what Yang Chen had absorbed before. This time, not only were there first and second grade low-level fire seeds, but there were also 2 third-grade fire seeds. Some people were even willing to exchange the 4th-grade fire seeds for a questioning inner heart pill in Chunyang Palace. However, this was obviously too low and was directly rejected by the palace master. A questioning inner heart pill, even if it was to be exchanged, at least a 5th-grade fire seed like the Sun True Fire and Moon True Fire must be exchanged. A 4th-grade fire seed was not enough. Yang Chen was not polite and accepted these fire seeds. With his contribution to the sect, it was natural to get these rewards and he would not feel guilty at all. Of course, no one at the top had any objections to this. He said goodbye to his master and only said that he was going out to find a place to cultivate and absorb the fire seeds. Gao Yu also thought that Yang Chen did not want to be bothered by trifles in the sect and did not stop him. Gao Yu also knows that Yang Chen is strong, and recently cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. His strength has greatly increased, and she is not afraid of any safety problems for him. However, he still warned him to be careful. Speaking of the yellow turban strongman body refining book, Yang Chen's sturdy body, after returning to Chunyang Palace, shocked the head of the palace and several elders. Although transforming into such a sturdy body was not something too shocking, the first impression that flashed in everyone's mind was that Yang Chen wanted to use this image to make Shanshan and Sun Qingxue give up. It had to be said that this was an extremely absurd guess. However, Yang Chen's attitude has always been incomprehensible to everyone. Whether it is Fairy Shi of the Green Jade Immortal Island or Sun Qingxue of the Blue Cloud sect, they all have a big background, a good appearance, and a good cultivation aptitude. Such a good thing. Yang Chen unexpectedly avoided it. When her master left, she gave Yang Chen another batch of robes, which she and Gong Sunling made while waiting for Yang Chen. It's just that the fur of those monsters is relatively low level and not worth refining carefully. This time, Gao Yu also found some bones and fur of the Yuanying stage monsters from the spoils of Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo, but those could be used to refine some good protective robes. Yang Chen left Chunyang Palace and did not leave directly by shuttle, but first went to the market of Maiqing Mountain to see the recent situation of Shanghai Feng. Shanghai Feng was obsessed with business, but his cultivation base has increased compared to the last time they met. This made Yang Chen have to sigh that Shanghai Feng was really a person suitable for doing business. Knife Scar came once and brought back a lot of good things. Shanghai Feng's business was flourishing. It seemed that in the entire market, there was no place with more people than Shanghai Feng's small shop. Seeing that everything was on the right track, Yang Chen was also secretly happy. After communicating with Shanghai Feng, Yang Chen walked out of the market, raised his flying sword and flew in the direction of the East China Sea. Around the market, Yang Chen did not want to be so shocking, so he did not directly use the shuttle. But soon Yang Chen began to smile bitterly. In front of Yang Chen's flight, a group of people suddenly appeared. Looking at their cultivation base, most of them were in the foundation establishment stage. There were 1 or 2 in the gold core stage. They were all elegant, and all of them looked like the kind of handsome young master. They seemed to know that he was going in this direction and stopped Yang Chen. Lightly hovering in the air, Yang Chen slowly landed on the ground, put away the flying sword, looked at a group of people and others faintly surrounding him, but his face remained calm and asked, "Fellow Taoists, why are you stopping me?" A person jumped out of the crowd and stared at Yang Chen. It seemed that he was not sure. Suddenly, he saluted and asked, "Are you Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace?" "I am." The other party saluted, and Yang Chen did not mind being polite. He knew why the other party was not sure. His figure had changed too much, and it was indeed unbelievable. "I am XXX, and I challenge fellow Daoist Yang. I am XXX, and I would like to challenge fellow Daoist Yang." As soon as they confirmed Yang Chen's identity, more than a dozen people suddenly spoke in unison, which made Yang Chen stunned. He heard clearly that these people were all here to challenge him and compare notes. Yang Chen frowned immediately. So many people wanted to challenge him, but there was no reason. Moreover, Yang Chen had never been very interested in this kind of competition. At the moment, he could only be patient and asked with his fists clasped, "Fellow Taoists, is there any misunderstanding between me and you?" "There is no misunderstanding." The young man who came out first seemed to be sure that it was Yang Chen, and his attitude also changed. "Fairy Sha must not be your Daoist companion. I challenge you. If you lose, don't pester Fairy Sha anymore." He was also an admirer of Sha Shanshan. Yang Chen's heart was even more troubled. He didn't say much, and just said loudly, "Let's compare notes. I am not skilled enough, and I admit defeat." When the group of young talents heard Yang Chen's words, they were instantly dumbfounded. They originally wanted to defeat Yang Chen face to face and make him lose face. They didn't expect that Yang Chen would take the initiative to admit defeat. What should they do now? You. Fairy Sha is as pure as ice and as clean as jade, and she was actually deceived by a cowardly guy like you. Immediately, someone shouted loudly, "How can you surrender without a fight? I am not skilled enough, and I can't even admit defeat." Yang Chen didn't want to be entangled with these talents. He smiled slightly and raised his foot to leave. "I have already admitted defeat. Please let me pass." "No." The young man who came out first shouted again, "I have long heard that Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace never compares notes. Today, I have finally seen it for myself. In that case, Yang Chen, I challenge you to a life and death battle." Chapter 467. Life and Death Challenge. As soon as these words came out, the young cultivators around were shocked. They looked at their companions, thinking that they had heard wrong. "I will duel with you to see who is worthy of Fairy Sha." When the young man saw that his companions were looking at him, he puffed out his chest and put on a posture of facing death calmly. "You and I have no grievances. How can there be a duel of life and death?" Yang Chen shook his head. "Sorry, I don't have time." It was unknown if the other party was so hot-blooded that he even brought up a duel of life and death. It seemed that he had heard of Yang Chen's several duels of life and death. Yang Chen was not so bored that he would make an enemy whom he didn't know the details of. Besides, it was really not worth it to be jealous for a woman. "No grievances?" The other party suddenly sneered. "My senior brother came to Maiqing Mountain to challenge you a few years ago, but now his whereabouts are unknown. Didn't you kill him? In this world, death is a very common thing. Not everything must be blamed on me." Yang Chen just sneered. "A few years ago, the mountain gate of my sect was destroyed. I don't know how many people were buried in it. If you want to blame someone, blame those who destroyed my sect." The person who stood up was speechless. The destruction of the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace was not a secret. At that time, many people had been to the scene to see it. It was a disaster that even the mountain protecting formation could not protect it. It was common for people to die. Maybe his senior brother was killed in that disaster, but Chunyang Palace had already said that it was done by Shiwen Mountain, and they had already united several major sects to destroy the backer of Shiwen Mountain at the same time. It was not so easy to have a relationship with Yang Chen. However, if a person was foolish and wanted to court death, then even the heavens would not be able to stop them. When the man heard Yang Chen's words, he was stunned for a while and suddenly said loudly, "If it weren't for you, why would my senior brother come here? I didn't invite anyone. Yang Chen sneered, and was already a little impatient with these people. If you have nothing else, then forgive this Yang for leaving. The group of people looked at each other in dismay. They had originally planned to humiliate Yang Chen by challenging him, so that Yang Chen would take the initiative to leave Fairy Sha. However, they did not expect that he would take the initiative to admit defeat, so they did not achieve their goal at all. Although Yang Chen admitted defeat, no one felt that they had won. With one look, one could tell that Yang Chen didn't care to bicker with them. On the contrary, this made these guys who thought themselves to be outstanding very angry. How could such an admission of defeat be considered admitting defeat? Give me back my senior brother's life. The guy who spoke first could no longer restrain his hatred and shouted at Yang Chen. His friend wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Just now, Yang Chen had already made it clear that it had nothing to do with him. It was very unwise to insist on getting involved with Yang Chen. Everyone knew that Yang Chen's reputation as an alchemist was like the sun in the sky. If they defeated Yang Chen in a spar, no one would say anything. After all, he was an alchemist, so it was normal for his cultivation to be insufficient. But if they insisted on fighting to the death with Yang Chen, so many people did not have the guts to do so. First, even if they won, they might not be able to get Fairy Sha. Instead, they would provoke countless experts who wanted to ask for pills from Yang Chen. If they lost, it would mean death in a life-and-death challenge. No matter what the result was, the loss outweighed the gain. It has nothing to do with me. Yang Chen simply ignored the other party's shouting and turned to leave. This guy was unreasonable. There was really nothing to argue with a madman. That person's friend had just breathed a sigh of relief, but he was suddenly horrified to find that his friend had actually taken out the flying sword and stabbed at Yang Chen's back without saying a word. The group of people did not make a sound. They seemed to be stunned by their companion's action. Launching an attack without saying a word, this was a sneak attack. Aren't we going to defeat Yang Chen in a dignified manner? When the flying sword was almost about to pierce Yang Chen's back, Yang Chen's figure suddenly flashed. Originally, his back was facing everyone, but suddenly he turned to face them. He stretched out his hand, and with a swoosh, he grabbed the flying sword that was stabbing at him. Grabbing the flying sword with his bare hands, the group of people's eyes almost popped out. How was this possible? But the situation in front of them made them unable to believe their eyes. Their companion's flying sword, which was shining with light, was pinched by Yang Chen. It kept trembling between Yang Chen's two fingers, but it was unable to break free. On his companion's face, there was already a look of struggle, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was just a blow, and it could not be considered a life-and-death struggle, but his companion's forehead was actually sweating. How was this possible? But the truth was happening in front of them. The most terrifying thing was that Yang Chen had nothing in his hands. If he had worn a pair of gloves or a glove, it would make everyone understand. It was just a magic weapon against a magic weapon, to see who was better and who was worse. But Yang Chen actually pinched his companion's flying sword with his bare hands. This was something that a human could do. If Yang Chen was an expert of the original infant stage or above, this would not be surprising. The huge difference in cultivation could also make up for the difference in physical body and magic weapons. But Yang Chen was obviously the same as everyone else. He was also at the foundation establishment stage. He grabbed the flying sword with his bare hands, and his companion's flying sword technique could not even break free. Could it be that this was Yang Chen's true strength? While everyone was guessing, Yang Chen had already made his next move. The opponent had launched a sneak attack, and it was obvious that they wanted Yang Chen's life. No matter how good Yang Chen's temper was, no matter how much he did not want to argue with these guys, he could not tolerate it. At the same time that he grabbed the flying sword, Yang Chen's face turned ashen. He stared fiercely at the owner of the flying sword, and suddenly said loudly, "Every injustice has a perpetrator, every debt has a debtor. You and I have no grievances in the past, and there is no hatred between us. Today, you actually want to take my life for no reason. I can only offend you." As soon as his voice fell, Yang Chen's hand exerted force. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, The flying sword in Yang Chen's hand was forcibly pinched into two pieces by Yang Chen's three fingers. What was this? The group of people was shocked by the scene in front of them, and they could no longer speak. Using a flying sword to cut the flying sword, this was acceptable to everyone, because there were high and low quality flying swords. Using other magic weapons to break the flying sword, everyone could also accept it, because some magic weapons were heavier and harder. But using fingers to pinch the flying sword like pinching a snail, and then easily break it into two pieces, what was this? Yang Chen's fingers. Was it a high-level magic weapon? Yang Chen did not give the owner of the flying sword a chance to make another move. He stretched out his big hand and directly grasped the body of Xiao Tian in the medicine garden. At the same time, the bright ray sword under the control of Yang Chen flew directly into the mouth of Xiao Tian. Chapter 468. Xiao Tian seemed to have understood what Yang Chen was going to do, and he obediently let Yang Chen do it. When the hilt of the bright ray sword entered Xiao Tian's mouth, Xiao Tian's body suddenly began to change. The dragon-shaped body wrapped around Yang Chen's hand, and then directly turned into a golden sword hilt. With a big mouth, the hilt of the bright ray sword was swallowed, and then the mouth closed, and the blade of the bright ray sword was protruded from Xiao Tian's mouth. The head of Xiao Tian also became a hideous ghost head. On the blade of the bright ray sword, there was a layer of light that was almost invisible. If Yang Chen was not the owner of the bright ray sword and Xiao Tian, he would not be aware of this change. With a clear and melodious sound of the sword, Yang Chen's bright ray sword finally appeared in front of everyone. However, the appearance of the bright ray sword did not surprise everyone too much. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of Yang Chen's three fingers breaking his companion's flying sword. Others didn't know that these people had been together for some time. Because of a common reason, they came to find Yang Chen's bad luck, and they also exchanged notes with each other on weekdays. The quality of the other party's flying sword, everyone knew it. Even if it was not as strong as their own flying sword, it would not necessarily be weak. However, their companion's flying sword was so easily broken by Yang Chen, which also meant that their flying sword was unsheathed, and the result was not much better. This was still Yang Chen's own flying sword was not used, and he only used his body to resist. Suddenly, there was a sword in Yang Chen's hand, but it was different from everyone's sword attack. Yang Chen was actually holding it in his hand. Could it be that Yang Chen's sword technique was not good? As soon as this idea came out, some people began to be tempted. Especially the friend of the guy who had already started the fight. Since he had already started the fight, and Yang Chen had also broken his friend's flying sword, they had no choice but to fight. Why not take this opportunity to rush forward and kill Yang Chen? It would also fulfill everyone's wishes and give everyone a chance to pursue Fairy Sha. Two flying swords silently appeared behind Yang Chen. They suddenly accelerated and slashed at Yang Chen. Naturally, there were people on the opposite side of Yang Chen who saw it, but no one said anything. Getting rid of Yang Chen also meant that they would have the opportunity to get close to Fairy Sha. Yang Chen sneered, as if he had eyes behind him. He waved the bright ray sword in his hand, and the two flying swords behind him were easily turned into 4 pieces. Under the blessing of Xiao Tian's possession, the flying sword used by these foundation stage guys was not even better than tofu. The blade of the sword had not even touched the opponent's flying sword, and the sharp chi had already spread out in the air, cutting the opponent's flying sword in half. These two swords were the quasi-life source flying sword refined by the owner of the flying sword. They were destroyed in one move, and the owner of the sword suddenly wailed. Yang Chen didn't care. His figure was like lightning, and he rushed to the side of the 3 people. With a sword slash, the 3 people became 6 pieces. Blood flowed all over the ground, and the internal organs flowed out of a large pool. By the time the people next to him understood what had happened, Yang Chen had returned to his original position with 3 Chenkuan bags. This series of actions happened in a flash, and the people didn't even have time to react. He killed fellow Daoist Wang. A scream of horror and horror suddenly sounded from someone's mouth. The voice of despair and horror seemed to indicate that the killed fellow Daoist Wang was a great character. Brush, almost everyone looked like they had seen a ghost, and they unanimously moved back, far away from Yang Chen, as if Yang Chen was some kind of plague. Unexpectedly, the only two Jedan stage masters among these people were still standing in the same place, but their faces were cold, as if they were facing a life-and-death enemy. "You dare to kill the young master?" One of the Jedan stage masters almost squeezed out this sentence in a tone of grief and indignation. "Hand over your life." The other Jedan stage master didn't say anything and directly started to move. Needless to say, this must be the guard of the young master. They just didn't expect Yang Chen's action to be so fast that they couldn't stop it. At this time, they could only kill Yang Chen to ask for the master's forgiveness. The attack did not fall in the surroundings, but the imposing manner of the Jedan stage masters had already appeared overwhelmingly. The talented people in the foundation stage next to them couldn't bear it at all. After exclaiming, they directly scattered and fled. Everyone knew that the two Jedan stage masters were now red-eyed. The crime of failing to protect the young master was enough for them to die. Before dying, the two Jedan stage masters wouldn't care that they were the friends of the young master when he was alive. Maybe they would vent their anger on them, or maybe they would go down to accompany their young master. After Yang Chen's next goal, maybe it would be them. No one dared to stay for a long time, and they all scattered. Fleeing in panic, naturally no one would pay attention to what happened behind them, and no one would know that at the moment they turned their heads and fled, 5 veiled women suddenly appeared beside the two Jedan stage masters. The 5 women appeared without a sound, but their attacks were strange and unusual. They didn't know how many times they had cooperated with the 5-way mystic fairies formation. Almost at the moment when the 5 women appeared, they wrapped the two Jedan stage masters in the formation. Boom! A more violent Jedan stage aura made those who fled frantically run faster, wishing that their parents could give them an extra leg. They didn't dare to look back, let alone use their spiritual awareness to explore. Such a terrifying scene. When the spiritual awareness came over, there was no other result except injury and shock. The two Jedan stage guards had fallen into despair. A moment of carelessness, they let Yang Chen kill the young master. Now, the sudden appearance of the 5 Jedan stage masters also let them know that it was already an extravagant hope to kill Yang Chen to avenge the young master. It was still unknown whether he could survive or not. But before the two of them died, they couldn't figure it out. It was obvious that Yang Chen was just an ordinary disciple. Even if he had the potential of a senior alchemist master, why would Chunyang Palace send 5 Jedan stage masters to protect him? This was even tighter than the guards of their own young master. However, it was impossible for them to get the answer to this question. Under the siege of the 5 women's 5-way mystic fairies formation, in just a few face-to-face encounters, the two Jedan stage masters were each penetrated by 5 flying swords. With unwilling eyes, they died in front of Yang Chen. Boring challenges, meaningless life and death, Yang Chen didn't know how to evaluate these people. However, if the matter of Shashanshan was not resolved for a day, presumably such a thing would not end in a day. Who made the name of Shashanshan fairy to be famous in the Dao sects, and countless people wanted Shashanshan to be a dual cultivation companion? What made Yang Chen puzzled was that as soon as he came back, someone came to the door immediately. If there was no problem, Yang Chen would never believe it. Were these people all bored, waiting for Yang Chen to appear in Maiqing Mountain? Chapter 469. Maiqing Mountain Market did not restrict outsiders and rogue cultivators from entering, so it was normal for someone to monitor it all the time. However, it was very abnormal to have such a group of young masters who had nothing better to do and only knew how to fight for a woman's favor. Unless someone used some excuse to gather them together, such as Fairy Sure, to challenge Yang Chen, etc., and they were still talking about a common topic, and in the end, the hatred was attracted to Yang Chen. The guy who stood out first was obviously instigated by someone else. It was said that the most important thing for these young masters was their face. Yang Chen admitted defeat in front of them and gave them enough face. At least most of them did not want to follow up. But that guy jumped out and also took the initiative to attack Yang Chen. It was clear that he wanted to threaten everyone to attack together, so that Yang Chen could kill a few people in the chaos and cause trouble for Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace. Unexpectedly, his move was destroyed by Yang Chen's 3 fingers, suppressing most of the people. There was no way around it, only 2 other guys could do it, including a young master surnamed Wang. As a result, he was killed by Yang Chen with a sword, which led to the current situation. In any case, Yang Chen killed people. Those who escaped would definitely publicize it. Even if Yang Chen hunted down those people, there would still be people who spread the news that Yang Chen killed people. For this, Yang Chen didn't care. He was worried that these guys hiding behind him would harm his master. Fortunately, Yang Chen would not go out for too long. He would go to the Dragon Palace treasure house to see if Xiao Tian's dragon bloodline could unlock some of the seals and get some more things. That shuttle alone has saved Yang Chen many times and has also brought a lot of convenience to Yang Chen. This was still the simplest thing that could be unlocked. Those things that were more difficult to seal could be imagined what kind of goods they were. At the thought of that series of treasures, Yang Chen's heart was itching for a while. The shuttle shuttled quickly. Yang Chen has also found that with the improvement of his own cultivation, the flying speed of the shuttle has also become faster. When he was in the early stage of foundation establishment, he obviously did not have this speed now. When he arrived at the seaside, Yang Chen directly controlled the shuttle and plunged into the sea and never showed up again. Regardless of whether someone was tracking him or not, Yang Chen really did not believe that anyone in the sea could catch up with the current speed of the shuttle. The dark and deep seabed was calm and dangerous, but with the high speed of the shuttle, Yang Chen didn't care at all. The monstrous beasts that could catch up with the flying shuttle did not have strong strength, and if they had strong strength, they did not have the speed of the flying shuttle. Yang Chen knew this from the last time. It would take more than 10 days to reach the treasure vault of the Dragon Palace. Yang Chen adjusted his direction and began to cultivate on the flying shuttle. Perhaps it was because the surrounding environment had suddenly changed a lot after entering the bottom of the sea, or because of the obstruction of the deep sea. Some people had to pay a higher price to track Yang Chen. Yang Chen suddenly sensed that someone seemed to be tracking him. How was this possible? Unless it was a master of the Daching stage, even Wang Yong could not track Yang Chen without Yang Chen noticing. But now, it was obvious that there was a powerful spiritual awareness that was tracking him. After realizing this, the first thing Yang Chen had to do was to immediately explore his body to see if there was any spiritual awareness mark or something. After checking it, he confirmed that there was no such mark on his body. Yang Chen was a little disappointed. If the other party planted a spiritual awareness mark on him, he could easily use the bloody river in his sea of consciousness to deal with him. Although the bloody river was now quenching the immortal beheading blade, Yang Chen did not need to mobilize the bloody river to deal with the spiritual awareness mark, as long as the spiritual awareness mark was thrown in. The last time Guan Yueying was tossed around by Yang Chen, she fainted directly in the process of chasing Yang Chen. The master of the Yuanying stage was captured by Yang Chen, a junior in the early foundation stage. This was still the case where Yang Chen did not kill her. Once Yang Chen was aware of the hostility, it would not be as simple as fainting. If it was not on his own body, it should be something of his own. Yang Chen began to thoroughly check his own items. The Pure Bottle Medicine Garden and the Dome Hall were in the Merit Ring. Yang Chen did not think that there was any master in the mortal world who could penetrate the Merit Ring to track him. Moreover, the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden has always been the most important magic weapon of Yang Chen. After sacrificially refining it several times, he has never found any spiritual awareness tracking. The Profound Spirit Furnace was even more impossible. Now the Profound Spirit Furnace has been completely branded with Yang Chen's mark. Even if someone else gets the Profound Spirit Furnace, it is impossible to use it. The level of fire control has not reached the level of Yang Chen. The direct consequence of using the Profound Spirit Furnace was that countless flames would be out of control, and then the person and the Profound Spirit Furnace would turn into ashes. The only result of someone putting the spiritual awareness imprint on the Profound Spirit Furnace was that the spiritual awareness would be burned by the Sun True Fire, the Moon True Fire and the Nanming Li Fire, and directly become the same fool as Wn Qian. Moreover, the Profound Spirit Furnace has always been in the Merit Ring. It was impossible. The Bright Ray Sword and the Blood Demon Vine Sword are now in the Medicine Garden. Together with Xiao Tian, the unformed sword spirit inside has already been swallowed by Xiao Tian. If the spiritual awareness imprint was made, it would be a delicious meal for Xiao Tian. The shuttle was very likely. So far, Yang Chen has no way to sacrifice the shuttle, he can only mark his own spiritual awareness imprint. However, even if he wanted to do this, it took Yang Chen at least half a month. You must know that the strength of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was already at the level of the middle Yuanying stage. If others want to make a spiritual awareness imprint, it's not just a touch. So far, the shuttle has been freely controlled by Yang Chen, which can only explain one thing: the shuttle has not been forcibly marked. In addition to these most important things for Yang Chen, those ordinary things were placed in the Chenkuan bag that Wang Yong refined for Yang Chen. When Yang Chen checked it one by one, he soon found the problem. Several Chenkuan bags, to be exact, were the Chenkuan bags of the few guys that Yang Chen killed not long ago, including the young master and his 2 Jedan stage guards. On each Chenkuan bag, there was a tracking spiritual awareness imprint. This was not surprising. Usually the big sects had a tracking array that could find the disciples of their own sect. This was a safety protection and a way to prevent any accidents. It was normal for the young master and their Chenkuan bags to have this kind of tracking mark. What was abnormal was that the few people killed in the beginning were obviously not from the same sect, but the tracking marks on their Chenkuan bags were all the same, which was a bit strange. This could only explain one thing: those people, even those who ran away, were simply given to Yang Chen to kill, in order to be able to track the whereabouts of Yang Chen. Chapter 470. If it weren't for Yang Chen entering the bottom of the sea, separated by heavy seawater, the other party had to increase the intensity of exploration. Otherwise, Yang Chen would not have been able to find out that the other party had such an arrangement. Killing the enemy and getting the spoils of war, this was everyone's habit, and Yang Chen was no exception. It was estimated that the opponent would make such an arrangement based on this idea, and even encouraged a lot of young cultivators who had ideas about Shishanshan to come to trouble Yang Chen. As long as Yang Chen killed a few, he would definitely fall into this trap. And as long as Yang Chen killed people, those people could declare it to the outside world, not to mention making a few enemies for Yang Chen. They could also pull in allies for themselves. The other party may not have dreamed that Yang Chen's spiritual awareness would be so powerful that he could actually discover the trace of the other party's spiritual awareness imprint, which was almost undetectable by the Yuanying stage masters. Knowing that someone was playing tricks, and after careful analysis of this spiritual awareness imprint, Yang Chen found that it turned out to be the same person, so he was not in a hurry to erase this spiritual awareness imprint. Knowing that there was an enemy and knowing which enemy, these were completely different concepts. Yang Chen was not willing to break the clue that he had found. Carefully exploring the spiritual awareness imprint on a certain Chenkuan bag, he wrapped it completely, gently controlled it, and pulled it into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. Just on the edge of the bloody river, he could throw the spiritual awareness imprint into the bloody river at any time. After confirming that there were no other tracing imprints, Yang Chen wrapped the spiritual awareness imprint tightly with his spiritual awareness imprint. There was no possibility for the other party to trace it. Next, Yang Chen rummaged through all the Chenkuan bags, and then directly put the things inside into his own Chenkuan bag, and then threw out a few Chenkuan bags when he met a powerful monster. In just 2 days, all of them were thrown to the side of the monster at the bottom of the sea. He believed that the other party suddenly lost the trace of Yang Chen and would always come to check. He didn't know what kind of expression they would have when they met the powerful monsters at the bottom of the sea. After Yang Chen came out from the Dragon Palace, he would have some fun with these people. Now, Yang Chen didn't want to accompany them. It was not easy to stimulate the dragon blood of Xiao Tian. Yang Chen couldn't wait to see what he could get. The treasure vault of the Dragon Palace was still the same ordinary seabed rock. After Yang Chen cast a detailed and complicated incantation, he finally entered the treasure vault again. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, as soon as he entered the treasure house, Xiao Tian began to twist crazily again, as if he wanted to come out. There were no outsiders here, and Yang Chen immediately released Xiao Tian. At this time, Xiao Tian no longer looked like a puppy. He had the head of a jackal and the body of a dragon. He looked exactly like Yazi. After turning into a dragon, Xiao Tian no longer walked on the ground, but flew in the air. There seemed to be something in the Dragon Palace treasure house that was attracting Xiao Tian crazily. Although the small body was not flying fast, it was flying forward unswervingly. Yang Chen followed Xiao Tian unhurriedly and looked curiously at the direction of its flight. After flying for a while, Xiao Tian finally struggled to the top of the huge sea map. It seemed that Xiao Tian was already very tired. He landed directly in a place where the spiritual vein was shining on the sea map and began to rest. At the same time, his head turned to Yang Chen and he seemed to be looking forward to something. Yang Chen thought a little and took out a few pieces of the magic weapon fragments found in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals cave and sent them to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian really wanted this. He opened his mouth and sucked hard. The mist on a few pieces of debris appeared again and entered the mouth of Xiao Tian. And those fragments immediately lost their luster and became ordinary fragments. There was no magic weapon aura. Yang Chen did not throw these things away and still threw them into his Qiankuan bag. These were all good materials. Although the magic weapon was broken, the materials would not be broken. After resting for half a stick of incense, Xiao Tian regained his spirit and flew up again. This time, he flew directly into the hall. Seeing Xiao Tian enter the hall, Yang Chen followed and watched Xiao Tian directly rush to the huge dragon bead on the throne in the middle. Yang Chen looked forward to the figure of Xiao Tian, looking forward to the appearance of the restriction next to the dragon bead. Bang! The figure of Xiao Tian flying forward directly hit an invisible barrier, making a bang sound and fell to the ground. Yang Chen spit out the breath that was held because of nervousness. He sighed in his heart and shook his head slightly. It seems that Xiao Tian is also facing the problem of Yang Chen. His cultivation base is not enough, he can't get recognition at all and the restriction can't be opened. After having this concept, although Yang Chen was disappointed, he was not desperate. His own cultivation base was too low, he was only in the foundation stage. It was the same everywhere, he was a low hand. It was normal to not be able to unlock the restriction. If it was really unlocked, it could only mean one thing: the restriction was not strong, and behind the restriction was not a good thing. Xiao Tian was very anxious, he kept circling around the dragon bead, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get within 3 feet of the dragon bead. However, the bloodline of Xiao Tian looked really pure. The dragon bead flashed a few times and it seemed that it sensed the dragon aura on Xiao Tian. But it was only a few flashes. The weak descendants of the dragon clan could not get the recognition of the dragon bead. Yang Chen grabbed Xiao Tian in his hand and passed a thought. Xiao Tian quickly calmed down and no longer continued to wander around the dragon bead. He quietly coiled on Yang Chen's arm, and his small head was placed on the back of Yang Chen's hand, motionless. It seems that it also understands that its current strength is weak and it is not enough to get the dragon bead. After comforting Xiao Tian for a while, Yang Chen walked towards the 8 jade cases. The jade case with the shuttle was already empty, and Yang Chen began to try to reach out to other jade cases. Perhaps it was really the dragon bloodline of Xiao Tian that played a role. The jade case that had a small golden bell before, Yang Chen couldn't put his hand into it, but at this moment, it suddenly began to shine brightly. Yang Chen was overjoyed, and the right arm of Xiao Tian moved forward again, and soon touched the original barrier. Yang Chen knew that it was the restriction on the jade case, but now there has been a little change. At the point of the tentacle, the invisible barrier was softened a lot. This discovery made Yang Chen surprised and happy. What made Yang Chen even more surprised was that Xiao Tian began to open his small mouth and suck the light little by little. Chapter 471. Just after sucking for a while, Yang Chen found that the barrier closest to Xiao Tian's mouth on his hand had become softer. This was simply an unexpected surprise. If Xiao Tian could suck up all these things, it meant that Yang Chen could easily get the things on the jade case. Thinking of this, Yang Chen couldn't hold back his excitement and began to communicate with Xiao Tian with the beast-controlling secret art, so that it could try to suck up the light at his hand. In that case, maybe he could quickly make a hole with the thickness of an arm, so that Yang Chen could reach in and take out the golden bell. Xiao Tian also understood Yang Chen's meaning, but in the actual implementation, there was still a deviation. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on Xiao Tian. It was really that the bright light seemed to be able to flow. After a while, the surrounding light began to supplement the loss here, and the barrier began to slowly harden. It seemed that this was a painstaking effort. Yang Chen could only wait slowly, and at the same time, He was guessing what the golden bell on the jade case was. This wait was a whole month. Xiao Tian seemed to be very fond of this kind of light. It was simply absorbing it all the time. Yang Chen knew that there must be a lot of dragon qi in it, otherwise Xiao Tian wouldn't be like this. Almost every once in a while, Yang Chen would try to touch the restriction on the jade case. When he found that the invisible barrier was getting softer and softer, and the surrounding light was getting lighter and lighter. At the moment when the light finally disappeared, Yang Chen's hand couldn't wait to reach into the barrier. The originally strong barrier, at this moment, seemed to have become a soft membrane, and it would be broken with a gentle poke. Yang Chen's hand grabbed the golden bell and then quickly retreated. Who knows if there will be any changes in this restriction? It's better to get the things first. The small golden bell looked like a golden bell that was shrunk countless times. The outside was an unusually exquisite bell cover, covered with exquisite dragon patterns. If one were to take a closer look, they would notice that there were 9 golden dragons circling around the bell outside. Each of them had different shapes and sizes, and they were all baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. However, every single one of them was beautiful and lifelike. Inside the golden bell, there was a metal ball hanging from an unknown material. The ball also had this exquisite pattern, but it was not in the shape of a dragon, but a regular pattern. Holding it in his hand, the golden bell was very light, as if it had no weight at all. Yang Chen tried to shake it. Unexpectedly, the ball in the golden bell did not move and did not make any sound. This was not surprising. If it could be easily shaken, it would not be worthy of the old Dragon King's caution. It was something that the old Dragon King had solemnly placed in the treasury and had even sealed it with a restriction. It would not be worth the old Dragon King's caution. Curiosity still prevailed. Yang Chen began to try to input spiritual power into the golden bell. However, as soon as Yang Chen's spiritual power entered the golden bell, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Usually, there was only one situation, and that was the difference between the amount of spirit power input and the amount of spirit power needed was like heaven and earth. Only then would such a situation occur. After estimating the total amount of his spiritual power, Yang Chen had to admit in frustration that even if he input all his spiritual power into the golden bell, he would not be able to meet the needs of the golden bell. However, there was a map of the East China Sea outside. On the huge map, there were countless spiritual veins that could provide Yang Chen with a steady stream of spiritual power. Yang Chen didn't even think about it and directly rushed outside, then found a seabed spiritual vein that was not used by any sect, and put the black jade praying mat on it. Sitting on the black jade futon, Yang Chen held the golden bell with both hands and began to input spiritual power into the golden bell. With the input of spiritual power from Yang Chen, the size of the golden bell began to get bigger and bigger. Slowly, Yang Chen's hands could no longer hold it easily. He had to put the golden bell in front of him and touch it with both hands. As the spiritual power poured into the golden bell became bigger and bigger. When the golden bell became a head taller than Yang Chen's body, Yang Chen found that something was wrong. He could not control the speed of his spiritual power output. The spiritual power in his body seemed to be swallowed by a black hole, madly pouring into the golden bell from his hands. The spiritual power in his whole body, in less than 100 breaths, was completely absorbed. Fortunately, Yang Chen was still able to control the absorption of spiritual power. The powerful spiritual sense, the huge spiritual vein and the black jade futon provided the possibility of this crazy absorption. In addition to maintaining himself to absorb the spiritual power of the black jade futon, Yang Chen could not do anything else. As soon as the spiritual power entered the body, it was directly swallowed by the golden bell and could not be left at all. Fortunately, Yang Chen's Yin-Yang 5 Elements secret art provided 10 times the spiritual power and 10 times the absorption speed of the ordinary foundation stage, making it possible to supply the spiritual power to the golden bell. Yang Chen now began to regret it. This level of magic weapon was definitely not what he could use, but curiosity made Yang Chen fall into this state that he could not get rid of. In addition to the crazy absorption of spiritual power for the needs of the golden bell, there was no other possibility. What made Yang Chen more and more afraid was that as the golden bell absorbed more and more spiritual power, The speed of absorption was getting faster and faster, and gradually there were signs of being unable to supply. If the speed of his spiritual power absorption couldn't keep up with the speed of the golden bell, wouldn't he soon be sucked dry by the golden bell? The surface of the golden bell began to slowly brighten, and the dragon patterns became clearer and brighter. The dragon patterns on it seemed to have begun to slowly bulge, becoming like a relief sculpture, like 9 golden dragons that were slowly inflating. Yang Chen's spiritual power absorption finally reached the limit, and he could no longer provide a faster spiritual power absorption speed. The golden bell seemed to be able to feel the state of Yang Chen, and the speed of spiritual power absorption was maintained at this rate and no longer changed. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and Yang Chen seemed to see the dragon eyes of the dragon facing him flashed slightly. When he was wondering if it was an illusion, the golden bell suddenly stopped absorbing spiritual power. Just when Yang Chen was surprised, Yang Chen only felt a slight tremor of the golden bell. A low and heavy bell sound came from the golden bell. The huge sound was mixed with a terrifying shock. At such a close distance, Yang Chen almost instantly blacked out, and the whole person fainted. On the sea where the treasure house was located, a huge ripple suddenly appeared, followed by a bang and countless water splashed. Within 100 miles, all the creatures lost consciousness in an instant, and even the seabirds flying in the air fell down. Chapter 472. The huge ripples formed waves that were dozens of feet high and began to spread in all directions. After a long time, the sea slowly calmed down, but there were already countless kinds of fish and shrimp with white bellies on the sea. When Yang Chen woke up, he didn't even know how long he had fainted. He only knew that there was no pain in his whole body. His whole body's spiritual power was empty, and there was no trace left. And in his sea of consciousness, it seemed that there was still a heavy and clear bell sound, lingering endlessly. Although it was said that he woke up, he only regained his consciousness. His mind was still like a raging sea, and he was dizzy. It was impossible to even concentrate. Yang Chen could only lie on the ground powerlessly, slowly waiting for natural recovery. At this time, Yang Chen, not to mention taking the medicine, it was impossible to even control the spiritual power. The power of the golden bell could be seen. Maintaining such a muddled state for at least 3 days, the shock in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness finally slowed down to a point that Yang Chen could accept. Enduring the crazy tremor, Yang Chen began to control his own spiritual power and heal. For several days, he didn't eat or drink, lying on the spiritual vein, but he couldn't get any spiritual power supplement. If it weren't for Yang Chen's strong physique, he would have fainted again. The spiritual power slowly entered Yang Chen's dry meridians and began to slowly moisten Yang Chen's body. After a while, Yang Chen finally had some strength and sat up with his arm. The first thing he did after sitting down was to take out 2 mysterious yang fruits from the herb garden and swallow them into his stomach. The huge supply of spiritual power, coupled with the full feeling of food in his stomach, made Yang Chen feel a little better. After the spiritual power of the profound yang fruit was completely absorbed by Yang Chen stopped and began to practice the 3 purities secret art. There was still a lingering sound in the sea of consciousness, and Yang Chen himself was still dizzy. If he didn't eliminate this effect, the efficiency of his practice would be too low. The 3 purities secret art was worthy of being the cultivation method of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. After only cultivating 1 cycle, the feeling of shock had been greatly reduced. Without any hesitation, Zhongxian continued cultivating. After 81 cycles of the 3 purities secret art, it took a full 2 days and 2 nights, there was no tremor in the sea of consciousness, and his mind was restored to clarity. At this time, Yang Chen cultivated the yin-yang 5 elements secret art a few more times, frantically replenishing his lost spiritual power. The golden bell was still the same after it was enlarged. It was placed not far in front of Yang Chen, but Yang Chen did not dare to move it easily. Just that one sound almost made his soul fly away and scatter, and Yang Chen could be sure that it was not the full power of the golden bell. Moving around in such a situation was courting death. Yang Chen still doesn't know the situation outside the Dragon Palace's treasure house. The ordinary creatures within 100 miles were all dead, even the monsters below the foundation stage were all dead. Those above the foundation stage were all unconscious. Until now, after waking up, they still couldn't distinguish between north, south, east and west. There were stumbling monsters everywhere. It's really powerful. Yang Chen looked at the golden bell that was taller than himself, and could only make such a sigh. No wonder the old Dragon King would put it in the treasure house. It had such power without fully launching it. After fully launching it, what would it be like? Speaking of it, Yang Chen was only slightly affected. After all, the sound of the bell was launched by Yang Chen's spiritual power. It could be regarded as the initiator of the attack. The attack of the magic weapon would not hurt the owner. This was common sense. But just the impact had already injured Yang Chen so much. He didn't know what would happen if he really faced the enemy who attacked. Such a good thing, Yang Chen was almost happy in his heart and couldn't wait to put it in his pocket. However, if it was just put into the merit ring, it was really not reconciled. Yang Chen still wanted to try to collect it, at least like the shuttle. He had to leave his own spiritual awareness imprint. In any case, Yang Chen did not dare to input a drop of spiritual power into the golden bell. Fortunately, the spiritual awareness imprint did not need the support of spiritual power. As long as the spiritual awareness was strong enough, Yang Chen still had an advantage. Sacrificial refining? Yang Chen didn't even think about it. He sat directly on the black jade futon and began to collect the golden bell. At this time, the powerful sea of consciousness and the huge spiritual awareness played a role and began to penetrate the entire golden bell bit by bit. Even with the three purities secret art as the source of the spiritual awareness, it still took Yang Chen half a month to complete this most basic collection step. When Yang Chen's spiritual awareness imprint was successfully engraved in the golden bell suddenly turned into a golden shadow and hid in Yang Chen's body. Boom! Countless chants poured into Yang Chen's mind like a burst. After a while, Yang Chen determined that these were the chants of the golden bell. As long as he followed these chants, he would be able to control the golden bell without any injury. However, the spiritual power required to control the golden bell was not what Yang Chen could imagine now. At least until Yang Chen reached the peak Yuanying stage, he didn't have to consider this problem. Even if he reached the peak Yuanying stage, it was not so easy to make the golden bell ring completely. At most, it would be like this time, barely ringing. If he wanted the 9 dragons to fly together and the golden bell to ring, he would have to consider it again. However, before that, the golden bell was not completely useless. When the golden bell was integrated into Yang Chen's body, it had already opened a natural protective barrier for Yang Chen. It was equivalent to having a powerful protective magic weapon around Yang Chen's body, which could protect Yang Chen at any time. After discovering this, in Yang Chen's mind, a word naturally emerged: Golden Bell Shield. This was simply the real Golden Bell Shield. With the power of the Golden Bell, even if Yang Chen stood still in the dome and let the 7x7 flying sword of the 7 steps enchanted killing formation cut at will, Yang Chen would not have any problems. This was only the power after Yang Chen had just collected the golden bell. After several sacrificial refining by Yang Chen, the power of the golden bell would be even stronger and its defensive power would be doubled. The most powerful thing was that after Yang Chen completely sacrificially refined the golden bell, the enemy's attack would even trigger the golden bell to ring and be directly counterattacked by the golden bell. Such a magic weapon with both offensive and defensive capabilities, even if it was in the immortal world, it was also a rare good thing. This trip to the Dragon Palace with Xiao Tian really did not disappoint Yang Chen. This golden bell alone was enough to make Yang Chen pleasantly surprised. What's more, in the hall, there were 6 jade tables, still waiting for Yang Chen to open the barrier one by one and collect the magic weapons inside. Now, Yang Chen was more and more looking forward to what the rest of the good things were. Chapter 473. Excitedly running back to the hall, Yang Chen tried to let Xiao Tian open the restrictions of the pagoda. Unfortunately, this time Xiao Tian couldn't do it at all, and there was not even a little light flashing outside the pagoda. Either the level of Xiao Tian was too low, or the level of the restrictions was too high. There were only these 2 reasons. Yang Chen could only turn to the next thing, the jade case with 2 long horns. Unfortunately, the restriction on the 2 long horns still didn't show any signs of movement. He tried one by one, and when he reached the side of the gourd, the jade case had a reaction. There was another light, but this time it was not a white light, but a blue light. Xiao Tian was obviously happy, and he enjoyed the light in big mouthfuls, as if it was delicious. Yang Chen could feel a trace of dragon qi from those lights, which was a natural tonic for Xiao Tian. For Yang Chen, it also meant that he could once again get a treasure that made people excited. The gourd that was solemnly placed on the jade case looked inconspicuous. One side was big and the other side was small, it was not symmetrical at all. The whole gourd showed a kind of dark yellow that seemed to have been picked for a long time, and there were many mottled shadows on it. At first glance, he didn't know how many years it had experienced. In the middle of the gourd, there was a red rope tied to the slender waist, which was very casual. He didn't know what was inside that could let the old Dragon King put it here. The swallowing of Xiao Tian was not in a hurry, and Yang Chen also waited patiently, while quietly cultivating the three purities' secret art. After the sound of the golden bell, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had some feelings of being shaken, and he had to cultivate madly to condense it. Half a month later, the restrictions around the jade case where the gourd was placed was once again swallowed by Xiao Tian. Yang Chen had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and he couldn't wait to grab the gourd and bring it to his eyes. The gourd was not big, and it was just right for his hand to hold the slender waist. That part seemed to have been scratched frequently as well. It was polished smooth and even glowed brightly. It was very comfortable to hold. Holding it in his hand, the gourd seemed to have a little weight, but it was not very heavy. With a gentle shake, one could even hear the crashing sounds coming from inside, as if something was not full. Yang Chen immediately placed his other hand on the mouth of the gourd. What was stuffed into the gourd was the tip of the original gourd. When put together, it was a whole gourd with a small handle. Yang Chen stretched out his hand and exerted some force. He was startled. He couldn't open the bottle gourd. This was normal. It would be strange if it could be easily opened. He was probably not worthy of the old Dragon King's attention. However, with the lesson of the golden bell last time, Yang Chen did not dare to input spiritual power casually. He still went out and found a spiritual vein position on the sea map and sat down. He began to use the old method to mark it first to collect it. The powerful divine sense of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator was enough to collect the gourd. But it still took Yang Chen half a month to successfully mark his own spiritual awareness in the gourd. Just like the golden bell, when the spiritual awareness mark successfully entered the gourd, a series of chants entered Yang Chen's mind directly through the spiritual awareness mark. In an instant, Yang Chen knew how to control the gourd. What surprised Yang Chen was that this gourd turned out to be just a container, which made Yang Chen almost unimaginable. Just a container, was it worth the old Dragon King to put it here so solemnly? Could it be that the Qiankuan bag was not enough to put things in this gourd? However, although it was only a container, there were still some differences from the Qiankuan bag. This gourd could only store liquids, and it had a very powerful function. Different liquids could be stored separately, and they would never affect each other. The owner of the gourd could pour out whatever liquid he wanted. This was not the most exciting function of this gourd. The most important function was that no matter what liquid was put in, it would be affected by the effect of the gourd itself and become more and more mellow and aged. If this was the case, then this gourd was simply a beautiful wine gourd. Think about it, the wine that you brewed, put it in the gourd to become more and more mellow and mellow, what kind of taste would that be? Of course, it was not limited to wine, there were other things such as heavenly fragrance liquid that could also age. What did aging mean? Increase the age. As long as the liquid was put in this gourd, it could actually increase the age unknowingly. Was there anything more wonderful than this? Yang Chen couldn't wait to open the gourd, and when his spiritual awareness explored it, he immediately found that there were only two liquids inside. It was a kind of incomparably dense and glowing amber light. The other was a purple liquid, which exuded a little fluorescence, which was very beautiful. The amount of these two liquids was shocking. Each of them was like a huge lake. The liquid that was shaking the gourd outside was like two giant lakes. With Yang Chen's knowledge, of course, it was easy to preliminarily judge what these two liquids were. However, when he saw such a huge amount, Yang Chen was not sure. He found a piece of jade and quickly spun it into a jade cup with the flying sword and placed it in the profound spirit furnace. After a simple burn with the sun true fire and the moon true fire, Yang Chen picked up the gourd and gently poured out a drop of amber-thick liquid from the gourd. As soon as the liquid entered the jade cup, it instantly exuded a wonderful taste. Smelling this smell, Yang Chen stood directly in place. This taste, it turned out to be the taste of the most mellow wine. How was this possible? The reason why Yang Chen was not sure was that there were too many lakes in that huge lake. How many raw materials were needed to brew so many wines? Just by smelling this mellow smell, he knew what kind of precious raw materials were used in it. Countless cultivators could fight for a lifetime, but here in the old Dragon King, it was just raw materials for wine. How could this be tolerated? What made Yang Chen most unbelievable was that this treasure house had been here for tens of thousands of years. Coupled with the aging and mellow effect of the gourd, how delicious would these wines be now? Yang Chen could hardly guess. Perhaps, the jade nectar that the heavenly court entertained the immortals was just like this. It was even likely that it was not as good as these. It must be known that the rebellion of the heavenly court had only been a few years, and the new Jade Emperor had only been on the throne for a few years. With the practice of those old and stubborn people, they would certainly not leave any good things to the rebels. Even the current Jade Emperor, it was estimated that it was impossible to enjoy this level of wine. Chapter 474. After thinking of this, Yang Chen's mood suddenly improved. Although the tens of thousands of years of wine has become a thick colloidal distiller's yeast, Yang Chen still raised his neck and poured the drop of wine in the cup into his mouth. Feeling the unique delicious taste after the combination of saliva and distiller's yeast, Yang Chen was almost intoxicated. However, the powerful spiritual power contained in the wine woke him up from that intoxication. A line of fire rushed directly from his mouth to the soles of his feet and then rushed back to the top of his head. Then the line of fire turned into a cool feeling and once again walked back and forth in his whole body. This cold and hot alternated 9 times, and the whole body was more enjoyable than taking the most comfortable hot spring bath. Even a person with a strong will like Yang Chen felt as light as a swallow, floating like an immortal, and wished that he could never leave this comfort. It was just a mouthful, less than 1 tael, at most only the amount of 5 coins, but it made people feel like this. This taste, this kind of enjoyment, if Yang Chen was the old Dragon King, he would definitely put this in the most secret treasure house. With this lake of wine as the base, Yang Chen seemed to be able to accept that another liquid was the liquid he guessed. Purple, scattered fluorescence, these 2 characteristics were found in many things, but combined together, and it was a liquid, especially found in the old Dragon King's treasure house. It seemed that there was only one possibility, the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid. There was no other possibility. The 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid was a kind of liquid secreted by the Millennium Black Coral in the North, South, East and West Seas. However, this kind of liquid was extremely precious. Only when the Millennium Black Coral grew to more than 1,000 years old, would it secrete a drop from its body every year. How many Millennium Black Coral could there be? Collecting a drop every year, how long would it take to collect a lake? Yang Chen's entire brain had been filled with shock. Even if he was reborn with the memory of the great principal golden immortal, he still couldn't maintain his calm. Not to mention the great principal golden immortal, even the old Jade Emperor who died under the immortal beheading saber of Yang Chen, it was not known how many years he had sat on the country, he was not necessarily able to have so many 4 Seas mysterious coral liquids. That is, the Dragon King, who was close to the water pavilion, did not know how many generations of efforts it would take to collect so many 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid. The 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid did not have much effect, but just drinking a little, it could fully and thoroughly wash the impurities in the body, making the body pure and flawless. Or he could add a little more to the alchemy process, which could slightly shorten the time of alchemy and also improve the quality of the alchemy pills. Otherwise, during the refining process, he would add something that would allow the various materials to fuse more thoroughly. Of course, cleansing the impurities in one's body was a process that would occur every time one advanced to the next realm. However, even when the Yuanying stage was promoted to the Daching stage, the Yin fire tribulation could only remove 90% of the impurities in the body, and the 4C's mysterious coral liquid could remove 99% of the impurities as long as 100 jinn was consumed. The Tao sects were okay, there were usually not too many impurities, but for many demonic cultivators and monster cultivators or some Tao sect's disciples who practiced special cultivation methods, they absorbed countless different things in the process of cultivation, which often led to physical problems. With the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, there was no need to worry about this situation at all. The shortening of the alchemy time was because the 4C's mysterious coral liquid was a very good neutralizer and catalyst, which could make most drugs integrate faster and would not cause a drug conflict reaction. With the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, the stability of the medicinal pill would be greatly improved. In this case, it was possible to carry out the second grade, third grade, and even higher grade refining. If Wu Xiong had this thing in his hand when he was refining the heaven-seizing pill, even the final medicinal pill would not be refined into a black mass. This was the difference. As for the refining aspect, it was also because of the neutralization and catalytic characteristics of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid. Even if it was a material of the 5 elements, under the neutralization of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, there would not be a violent reaction outbreak. The success rate of refining was greatly improved, and more stable and uniform materials could be obtained. This greatly increased the effect of refining tools, and even allowed for cross-grade refinement. The magic weapon that originally needed to be refined in the Yuanying stage, with the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, it was very likely that it could be refined in the Jedan stage. Based on the rarity of the 4C's mysterious coral, the price of a drop of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid in the market has exceeded a jinn of high-grade spirit stones. As long as someone finds a cluster of 1,000-year-old black coral, they will definitely protect it like a treasure, unless they die, otherwise they will never let it go. You must know that this was just a drop. How much was the value of such a lake of 4C's mysterious coral liquid? Even if it was exchanged for the best spirit stones, it could crush Yang Chen to death. This was still 1,000 years old 4C's mysterious coral liquid. Yang Chen couldn't even judge how many years the 4C's mysterious coral liquid in this gourd was, but it would not be less than 20,000 years, it was absolutely there. Just collecting so much 4C's mysterious coral liquid was not something that could be done in 20,000 years. Such a huge wealth, in Yang Chen's previous life, there was no impression of it, it was estimated that it had never been born. And now, this wealth that even the heavenly court was estimated to be coveted has already reached the hands of Yang Chen. After waking up from that kind of shock, the first thing Yang Chen did was to take the jade cup, pour out a drop of distiller's yeast, and then open it with the 4C's mysterious coral liquid. After greedily smelling it, he swallowed it in one gulp. This kind of delicious food should be enjoyed in time. With this kind of good thing, Yang Chen certainly would not forget his spiritual pet Xiao Tian, and also poured a cup of 4C's mysterious coral liquid. Removing the impurities in Xiao Tian also meant that the bloodline of Yazi was purer. After pouring it down, Yang Chen and Xiao Tian, one person and one spiritual pet, lay on the spiritual vein on the sea map regardless of their image and fell asleep. This sleep was unusually sweet. This was a normal reaction after taking the 4C's mysterious coral liquid. No matter how high the cultivation base was, they would sleep for a long time. In their sleep, the bodies of Yang Chen and Xiao Tian began to ooze a trace of black liquid, greasy on the surface of their bodies. When he woke up, Yang Chen sat up and stretched out a big yawn. Since his cultivation, he had not slept so comfortably. He only felt refreshed and his whole body was unspeakably free. Chapter 475. Although Yang Chen's body has been nourished by the life essence of tens of thousands of immortals, it does not mean that there are no impurities. In fact, because of this, Yang Chen's body has the most impurities. After all, the life essence of various immortals with different attributes is absorbed by Yang Chen. Now it seems that Yang Chen has no problem, but that is only because of the low cultivation base. When the cultivation base is increasingly profound, this hidden danger will slowly reveal itself. In the end, old Demon Yi's demonic art is still a demonic art after all. It is easy to get started, but the future cultivation is difficult. This essentially cannot be changed. But now it is completely different. With the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, even if Yang Chen can't remove the impurities at once, it can't stop Yang Chen from taking this thing as a drink. A few more times, dozens of times, hundreds of times, there will always be a day when the impurities will be removed. This was what Yang Chen realized after discovering that he had far more impurities than Xiao Tian. At that time, Yang Chen was still very strange. Xiao Tian's bloodline was stimulated by the blood essence of the celestial dog. How could it have less impurities than his own body? After realizing this, he broke out in a cold sweat and felt a lingering fear. It seemed that this was God's way of letting Yang Chen rest easy, so he would send the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid to Yang Chen. This kind of gift, even if it came 100 times a day, Yang Chen would not refuse. "You are really my lucky star, Xiao Tian." Yang Chen couldn't help but pick up Xiao Tian and shouted happily. Maybe it was also aware of Yang Chen's happiness. Xiao Tian was also very happy to twist in Yang Chen's hands. The black impurities on the surface of the body were smeared in a mess. Brush, a stream of water appeared out of thin air, just like the last time when he built the foundation. Yang Chen controlled this stream of water and washed the impurities on himself and Xiao Tian clean, and quickly collected them into a jade bottle. The impurities discharged from the body were the best medicinal ingredients for a chronic poison. The 2 magic weapons were good things that made Yang Chen shocked to the point of jumping up. Yang Chen couldn't wait to see what the rest of them were. To Yang Chen's disappointment, there was only 1 jade cup left in the remaining 5 jade cases. The restriction could resonate with Xiao Tian and emit light. This time, it was still a blue light, but Xiao Tian was no longer the kind of big gulp, as if it had eaten a lot and needed to digest. The performance of Xiao Tian made Yang Chen very helpless. There was no way, Xiao Tian's level was too low. After swallowing the dragon qi of 2 restrictions, it was estimated that it was about to reach its limit. Naturally, the 3rd one couldn't absorb it any faster. However, Yang Chen's desire to know what it was becoming more and more urgent. He could only communicate with Xiao Tian with the beast-controlling secret art and promised countless benefits, which allowed Xiao Tian to swallow the dragon qi for the last time. Even so, when Xiao Tian struggled to absorb the dragon qi of the 3rd restriction, he still couldn't resist the feeling of inhaling too much dragon qi, and fell asleep directly in the hands of Yang Chen. Yang Chen carefully sent Xiao Tian back to the medicine garden, placed the bright ray sword and the blood demon vine sword beside it, and then put a dozen pieces of magic weapon fragments, and then retreated. The blue jade cup on the jade case was carefully taken by Yang Chen in his hand and placed it in front of his eyes. The inside of the jade cup was not empty, like a gourd, but the jade cup was filled with some transparent and clear liquid, colorless and tasteless. What was this? Yang Chen was careful not to shake a little bit, for fear of pouring out the little bit of liquid. After smelling it, there was nothing special. He wanted to input his spiritual power to try it, but thinking of the end of Jin Ling, Yang Chen still resisted and began to explore with his spiritual awareness. His spiritual awareness easily passed through the jade cup without stopping at all. Yang Chen was stunned. This was unprecedented. Could it be that this jade cup was not a magic weapon? He tried again, but his spiritual awareness was still very simple to pass through the jade cup without stopping. Yang Chen suddenly realized something. He carefully put the jade cup on the ground, closed his eyes and tried to explore with his spiritual awareness. The result surprised Yang Chen. Since Yang Chen cultivated the 3 purities secret art, his spiritual awareness has increased greatly, and after absorbing the killing intent of the immortal beheading stage, merging with various flames, and absorbing many other treasures, his spiritual awareness was now at the level of the middle Yuanying stage. Moreover, with the powerful spiritual awareness threads of the 3 purities secret art, even the old tree demon of the Daching stage, Gui Shanyu, who was the best at hiding his body, was discovered by Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen closed his eyes now, but he could not find anything in front of him. If he hadn't clearly put the jade cup there, Yang Chen would have thought that there was nothing there. It was a miracle that it was able to ignore the divine sense of a good thing. If this thing was used to make a full body armor, wouldn't it mean that others could not find him with their spiritual awareness? However, the spiritual awareness could not be explored, and it could not be imprinted. How could this be refined? For the time being, Yang Chen has not thought of a safe way. Another thing that puzzled Yang Chen was what the colorless and transparent liquid in the jade cup was. In Yang Chen's memory, there was no very obvious memory, which was very strange. Was it just ordinary water? Very carefully, with a silver needle that was refined, he inserted it into the jade cup. After the tip of the needle was stained with a little liquid, it was slowly pulled out. As soon as he was half a foot away from the jade cup, Yang Chen suddenly noticed an extremely pure 10th water spirit power from the tip of the needle. The spirit power was so pure that the 10th water spirit power in Yang Chen's body was directly attracted and began to fluctuate. This. Yang Chen carefully felt the pure spirit power, but his mouth made two incredible sounds again. Where was this clear water? It was clearly the extremely pure 10th water true essence, the essential true essence for the cultivation of the 10th water true secret art. It was also the most original 10th water spirit power, the 10th water true essence that Yang Chen could not find. Now Yang Chen doesn't know how to describe his mood. It seems that there is no other way to express it except to laugh at the sky. However, there was no one here, and Yang Chen laughing alone seemed a bit out of place, so Yang Chen had to suppress this impulse. With the 10th water true essence, Yang Chen could cultivate the 10th water true secret art, so that he could take a step closer to the completion of the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art. It could also greatly improve his own cultivation base, which was what Yang Chen was eager to do at present. However, now Yang Chen was a little worried. In the jade cup, there was only a little 10th water true essence. Was it enough for him to cultivate the 10th water true secret art? Chapter 476. In any case, Yang Chen still had to collect this 10th water true essence first. Otherwise, if he was not careful while holding the jade cup, he would lose even this poor 10th water true essence. Preserving the 10th water true essence was not such a simple matter. The jade bottle was necessary. In addition, many formations and talismans were needed to prevent the 10th water true essence from escaping. In order to collect this 10th water true essence, Yang Chen had to make detailed preparations first. This was not surprising. With the cultivation base of the knife scar, it still took decades to collect the 7th metal true essence. Of course, Yang Chen didn't have to prepare for so long. After all, these 10th water true essence were already in the jade cup. As long as Yang Chen poured it into the jade bottle, it would be fine. So Yang Chen mainly prepared those talismans. Although there was a lot less preparation, Yang Chen still made at least 3 times more talismans to be on the safe side. There was no way, his cultivation base was low, not comparable to the knife scar, and he could only make up for it with quantity. Carefully picking up the jade cup, Yang Chen put the jade cup on the mouth of the jade bottle, tilted it slightly, and poured it into the jade bottle, trying not to waste a drop of 10th water true essence. There was no way. The jade cup was the size of a palm, and the 10th water true essence inside was only a shallow bottom, not even a small half of the bottle. Even if a drop was wasted, it could make Yang Chen distressed. As soon as the 10th water true essence was poured into the jade bottle, Yang Chen immediately put down the jade cup, and then a series of movements in his hands, dozens of talismans were quickly attached to the jade bottle. This set of movements was done by Yang Chen in a flash, without the slightest pause. When everything was completed, and the jade bottle did not leak the slightest 10th water true essence, Yang Chen was relieved. Putting the jade bottle into the merit ring, Yang Chen was about to put the jade cup away. When he glanced at the jade cup, he was stunned. At the bottom of the jade cup, there was a trace of moisture. One had to know that Yang Chen had just tipped all the jade cups upside down. There shouldn't be any moisture in the jade cups. How could there still be any? This was not a mistake on Yang Chen's part. Yang Chen believed in his own memory. When he had just poured out, he had indeed poured out the 10th water true essence. The things at the bottom of the jade cup were definitely not left behind. After realizing that there was a problem, Yang Chen didn't put away the jade cup. He wanted to see what other magic this jade cup had. The waiting time was very uncomfortable. After Yang Chen cultivated the 3 purities secret art and the yin-yang 5 elements secret art, he also cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. Seeing that there was still no obvious change on the side of the jade cup, he simply took out the gourd and the jade cup, the distiller's yeast mixed with the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. He drank another cup, and then slept on the sea map. It had to be said that there were indeed too many impurities in Yang Chen's body. After drinking the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, he began to sleep again, and his body still exuded a black greasy substance. In this underwater Dragon Palace treasure house, Yang Chen was not afraid of any danger at all and slept wantonly. This time, he slept even longer. After sleeping for 5 days and 5 nights, after waking up, Yang Chen didn't even care about the grease on his body, and looked directly at the jade cup not far away. At the bottom of the jade cup, there was a miraculous liquid again. Although it was only less than 1% of the original, it was obvious that there was liquid. Suppressing the excitement, Yang Chen carefully dipped it with a silver needle and pulled it out, and immediately felt the pure aura of the 10th water true essence again. Sure enough, this jade cup could actually condense the 10th water true essence. This alone was already invaluable, coupled with the fact that his spiritual awareness could not detect it, it was another peerless treasure. Since he was now in the East China Sea, the 10th water was the water of the sea. Yang Chen simply waited here and waited until he collected enough 10th water true essence that he needed to cultivate the 10th water true secret art before going back. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Chen also used the 4C's mysterious coral liquid to thoroughly discharge the garbage in his body, otherwise the hidden dangers would still be there, and there would be a lot of trouble in the future. The underwater Dragon Palace treasure house was so safe that Yang Chen didn't even have to worry about any danger in the process of his sleep. Although the fierce sun courtyard was equally safe, the old tree demon was now refining and absorbing the Penglai divine wood, and the clone was still sitting in the 100,000 mountains, so he couldn't spare much spirit to protect himself. The environment here was also suitable, and it would not arouse many people's suspicions. It was just suitable for Yang Chen to do these things. Yang Chen never thought that there were so many hidden dangers in his body. He was afraid, but he was also glad. If he didn't get the 4C's mysterious coral liquid this time, he wouldn't be able to find this at all. From this point of view, Yang Chen was still very lucky. While waiting for the jade cup to absorb the 10th water true essence in the East China Sea, Yang Chen drank at least dozens of cups of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid and slept for more than 200 days. At first, the black grease was discharged from his body, and then the color slowly began to fade, gradually turning gray, and finally, there were few impurities discharged from his body. However, the 4C's mysterious coral liquid was a kind of thing that could cure diseases and defend oneself without diseases. It was not a big problem to drink more. The jade cup absorbed 4 cups of 10th water true essence in a row and slowly filled a jade bottle. With so much 10th water true essence, it was completely enough for Yang Chen to cultivate the 10th water true secret art. During this time, Xiao Tian has been sleeping. It seems that the third restriction really made it exceed its limit, and now it can't digest and absorb the dragon qi. Pinching his fingers, in the Dragon Palace treasure house, Yang Chen has been staying for another year. It was said that Yang Chen had to leave, he had been missing for a year, and he didn't know how anxious the sect was. Moreover, he promised the head of the palace that he would go out with Sun Qingxue to travel, and now he had to go to the Blue Cloud sect. Fortunately, he had an auction qualification for the Blue Cloud sect. The Blue Cloud sect was a big sect, and there would often be some good things auctioned. Maybe he could catch up with it, and it would be good to see what good things he could buy. Leaving the treasure house, when Yang Chen's shuttle appeared in the depths of the sea again, his heart suddenly moved. Would the guys who were tracking him have already fallen in the place of a few Chenkuan bags? After leaving the treasure house far away, Yang Chen secretly wrapped the other party's spiritual awareness imprint and slightly opened a gap. Just this small action, Yang Chen immediately felt that the spiritual awareness imprint began to tremble slightly, which could only mean one thing: the other party was still constantly looking for his own traces. Suddenly, a silent anger rushed into Yang Chen's heart. This kind of stalking tracking, could it be that this young master was really a clay-kneaded paper paste, and could be pinched by others? Chapter 477. The spiritual awareness imprint could only let the tracker know the direction of the target relative to himself. If the distance was close enough, within 100 miles, it might allow people to roughly circle the range of the target, but it could not allow people to find the exact location. No matter how strong the tracking master was, it was impossible to find the exact location of the other party, unless the target was trapped in some kind of formation that he had arranged, and there was a spiritual awareness imprint on his body, he might be able to accurately find the person. However, now the group of people who were tracking Yang Chen could accurately know where the spiritual awareness imprint on Yang Chen's body was. In this situation, they have experienced it several times this year. Above the sea, more than a dozen people looked at the sea under their feet with hatred. All of them had a look of anger. These people seemed to have experienced a lot of hardships, and they all looked a little embarrassed. Among the crowd, there was only one Yuanying stage master, and the others were all in the realm of the Jedan stage. The spiritual awareness imprint showed that Yang Chen was below them. They did not know how deep he was, but he was definitely in this area. This time it won't be another Chenkuan bag, right? The leader was the Yuanying stage master, but at this moment on the face of the Yuanying stage master, there was no arrogance of a Yuanying stage ancestor, but a look of boredom. The faces and performance of the others were not much better. For more than a year, a group of more than a dozen people tracked Yang Chen. Every time they tracked in a direction, they spent a lot of effort to drill into the bottom of the sea, only to find out that it turned out to be the territory of a terrifying monster. If it weren't for the cooperation of more than a dozen people, and everyone's cultivation base was not low, plus the Yuanying stage ancestor had some powerful magic weapons on him, they would be able to retreat. But even so, everyone was in a mess. The most uncomfortable thing was that every time they found it, it was either a Chenkuan bag or a thing with a spiritual awareness imprint. Yang Chen's figure, they didn't even see a hair. Once or twice, everyone still thought that Yang Chen was cunning. But after 8 or 10 times, in addition to being tired and numb, everyone had no other thoughts. However, despite this, everyone did not dare to relax. Yang Chen was the person designated by the higher-ups, so none of them dared to say no. They could only go deep into the sea again and again to investigate. Many people were wondering how Yang Chen knew the location of the powerful demonic beasts in the deep sea. He was actually so accurate every time, placing the items right next to the demonic beasts. As long as they chased after the divine sense imprint, they would definitely alarm the demonic beasts. The Yuanying stage ancestor was tired, but unlike other Jedan stage masters, he knew very well that once he could catch Yang Chen, how much credit it would be and how much benefit it would bring. The name questioning inner heart pill came from the top after the incident in the 100,000 mountains. The effect was said to have been personally tested by Elder Hua Wanting of the Blue Cloud sect and Elder Minute Huafeng of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and it was extremely powerful. Legend has it that it is comparable to the Heaven-Seizing Pill, or even stronger. The Heaven-Seizing Pill could only be taken by masters of the Darching stage. Otherwise, for masters below the Darching stage, after taking it, there was only one result: the spiritual power would skyrocket and the body would crack and die. But the questioning inner heart pill was different. It could be taken by people in all realms from top to bottom, and it sounded like the lower the realm, the higher the success rate. If Yang Chen got it, it meant that the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill would be in hand, and it was said that Yang Chen still kept the medicinal materials of a furnace of questioning inner heart pill, and another furnace would be opened after 30 years. 30 years was enough for Yang Chen's cultivation base to be higher. If Yang Chen stepped into the realm of the Jedan stage master, it meant that he would get more questioning inner heart pills than the previous one. Even if there was only one, at least the Yuanying stage leader could be sure that it was no longer a dream for him to step into the Darching stage. This kind of huge benefit stimulation, how could it not make people fascinated and madly search for it? This was not counting the reward after getting it, before and after adding it up, not to mention the Yuanying stage ancestor. Even the masters of the Darching stage would be willing to make such a trip. The above has already expressed their determination to get it, otherwise they would not send a Yuanying stage master and 12 Jedan stage masters to deal with a junior in the foundation establishment stage. Even if this junior in the foundation establishment stage was more powerful, in the face of such a huge disparity in numbers and realms, it was impossible to survive. At this moment, Yang Chen was in the sea below the group of people, sitting on the shuttle, looking at this group of people coldly. Those people were not well prepared. They didn't seem to know that Yang Chen was coming to the East China Sea. There were people with all attributes, but there were only 3 with the water attribute. This position was deliberately chosen by Yang Chen to wait here. Otherwise, with the speed of the shuttle, those people would not be able to catch up at all. Even if Yang Chen did not let go of the package of the spiritual awareness imprint, the other party would not be able to notice it. It may be because the spiritual awareness imprint on Yang Chen's body was different from the previous ones, so the tracker thought that this should not be the bait that Yang Chen dropped, it should be where the real body was. More than a dozen guys, their clothes were not uniform at all, and there was no sect mark on their bodies. If it was not deliberately concealed, then they were originally rogue cultivators and did not join the sect. But looking at these people's arrangements, it did not seem that there was no organization. That could only explain one thing: even if they were rogue cultivators, they were also rogue cultivators secretly supported by a big sect, used to deceive people's eyes and ears or to do this kind of shameful thing. At the bottom of the sea in this area, there was an open space. Yang Chen was now stopping in this open space, holding the bright ray sword that was bitten by Xiao Tian, quietly waiting for the people above to come down. He wanted to know who these people were and which sect they were. The Taishanmen were very suspicious, but several other sect could not get rid of the suspicion. If they would come up with such a battle, they must want to capture Yang Chen alive. The temptation of the questioning inner heart pill was not something that ordinary people could resist, no matter which sect it was normal. The 3 water attribute Jedan stage masters quickly came down from the sea. The water escape method was very outstanding. In the sea, there was no tension, and directly rushed down. In the sea, the scope of the spiritual awareness scan was greatly reduced, less than within 200 feet, the spiritual awareness was also blocked by the sea and could not be found. If they wanted to know what was below, they could only get closer and see. Non-water attribute cultivators, even if they could enter the water, fighting in the water was also very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, the spiritual awareness threads released by Yang Chen's 3 Purities secret art were not within this range. When the other party was still 400 feet away from Yang Chen had already discovered the whereabouts of the other 3 people. Chapter 478. Brush. Yang Chen's figure shook and disappeared in place. The flying shuttle appeared in an instant, flying at high speed. Just in the blink of an eye, it appeared behind a Jedan stage master. As soon as the flying shuttle was retracted, the bright ray sword in Yang Chen's hand directly pierced the other's back. The vibration of the water and the result of the exploration of the spiritual awareness made the Jedan stage master shocked, but he did not panic immediately. He opened his mouth, and a flying sword immediately appeared out of thin air, stabbing toward the figure of Yang Chen. The body that was carefully maintaining balance also quickly turned around and turned to face Yang Chen. However, he was fast. Yang Chen's speed was faster. It was very close, and Yang Chen's bright ray sword touched the opponent's body first. A water blue armor appeared out of thin air, and in this transparent sea water, it was almost invisible. The tip of the bright ray sword slightly paused, as if it had broken through something, and the bright ray sword in his hand directly stabbed down. Ding! When Yang Chen's bright ray sword had pierced the opponent's skin and entered the opponent's body, the opponent's flying sword also touched Yang Chen's body. However, Yang Chen's body was slightly bright, and a golden bell appeared on the surface of Yang Chen's body. The opponent's flying sword just made a crisp sound, and it could no longer stab. Puff! The tip of the bright ray sword directly came out from the back of the Jedan stage master. The Jedan stage master's face was incredible, but he could no longer make any sound. The bubbles in his mouth were bubbling, and the surrounding sea water was instantly dyed red with blood. Ding! There were 2 more sounds, but it was the 2 water attribute Jedan stage masters who came down at the same time as the dead Jedan stage master. They found the figure of Yang Chen, and found that Yang Chen had killed their companion in such a short time. Their eyes were blown, and the 2 flying swords killed on Yang Chen's body. The futility of the flying sword made the 2 guys turn pale with fright. They never thought that such a powerful guy would suddenly appear. Just that one moment of hesitation had decided life and death. The shuttle appeared again, and with lightning speed, it came to the side of the Jedan stage master on the left. Yang Chen's bright ray sword chopped down. The Jedan stage master subconsciously stretched out his hand to block, and then a series of dense scales appeared on his sleeve. Without waiting for the formation on the scales to launch, Yang Chen's bright ray sword had already reached the body. The raised arm was like a waist. It was easily removed by Yang Chen together with the outer sleeves and the arm. A patch of bright red blood appeared. It was unknown what kind of tough scales were used to make a defensive magic treasure, but it was completely useless. Under the severe pain of the Jedan stage master, his eyes blurred at the same time, a sharp blade crossed his neck, once again bringing out a thick blood color. The remaining Jedan stage master was shocked. From the beginning of tracking Yang Chen to now, even if they encountered the monster of the Yuanying stage at the bottom of the sea, such a situation had never happened. Everyone was in a mess, but it was only on the surface. No one died among the group of people. In just a short time, 2 of their companions were killed. How could this be accepted? The Jedan stage master, who was frightened, didn't think about a water escape and directly rushed to the vicinity of the sea. Then with a splash, he rushed out of the sea with a splash of water. The people on the sea were guarding like tigers watching their prey. The water that suddenly rushed out made everyone shocked, and they were almost in a mess. It was the Yuanying stage ancestor who discovered it in time and stopped everyone, and everyone calmed down again. However, the bloody waves that slowly rose from the sea, plus the 2 corpses that quickly floated up, let a group of people know what had happened. That kid is down there. The Jedan stage master who escaped this time had already seen the figure of Yang Chen and hurriedly shouted. He didn't want the credit of his desperate efforts to find Yang Chen's whereabouts to be shared by the people above, and hurriedly shouted out. When they heard this, the other people's faces didn't seem to have very shocked expressions anymore, and all of them were replaced with surprise. After tracking for more than a year, fighting with the monster of the sea for hundreds of times, there was almost no trace of Yang Chen. This time they actually found him. The stimulation of the questioning inner heart pill and huge benefits made everyone excited. If 2 of their companions died, they would die. That was underwater, and everyone was not good at it. But Yang Chen was not a water cultivator. How long could he hold his breath? After he appeared, he would completely become a prisoner of everyone. 10 Jedan stage masters plus a Yuanying stage ancestor against a junior in the foundation stage, there could never be any other result. Excitement was excitement, but none of these people underestimated their opponents. The bodies of the 2 Jedan stage masters had already explained everything. Not enough, that was under the water, unless Yang Chen didn't come out for a lifetime. As long as he dared to show his head, he would never escape the fate of being captured alive. Everyone's magic weapons were lit up, and the leading Yuanying stage ancestor took a round thing in his hand and threw it directly into the sea without thinking about it. When the others saw this, they all quickly rose into the air, and at the same time launched their own protective magic weapons, staring vigilantly at the sea below. That was a 10th water divine thunder, which was originally refined by a master of the Yuanying stage ancestor level. In this sea, its power was doubled. Yang Chen wanted to hide underwater. As long as a divine thunder exploded underwater, Yang Chen could not escape the fate of being stunned, and even the result of serious injuries and death was not ruled out. The range of this 10th water divine thunder wave was so large that even if Yang Chen had a shuttle, he could not escape in an instant. And obviously, the other party did not give him this opportunity at all. As soon as the 10th water divine thunder entered the water, Yang Chen noticed that something was wrong. With his current cultivation base, if he resisted it hard, plus the protection of the golden bell, he might be able to, but he was bound to be affected, and at that time, he might be taken advantage of. The only way to escape the power of the 10th water divine thunder seemed to be the only way out of the water. The other party simply wanted to force him out, which Yang Chen was very clear about. But at this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. Yang Chen tried his best to escape through the water and rushed to the sea. Before waiting for Yang Chen to rush out of the water, the 10th water divine thunder exploded below. Boom, the huge sound was accompanied by a powerful shockwave, and Yang Chen was directly blasted from the sea into the sky. Within a radius of 10 miles, all of the sea suddenly exploded, bringing about a splash of water. The huge sound, even if Yang Chen had been prepared to cover his ears, it still made his head buzz. In the air, Yang Chen's balance had not yet been adjusted, and there were 2 flying swords, like ghosts, coming to Yang Chen's legs. Until this time, the other party still had the idea of capturing Yang Chen alive. Chapter 479. Being in the air, Yang Chen really couldn't avoid it. However, it seemed that Yang Chen himself did not want to avoid it. The scene of the two flying swords slashing on the golden bell was still vivid in Yang Chen's mind. Yang Chen did not believe that the cultivation of these people could break through the defense of the golden bell. Ding ding, as Yang Chen expected, the two flying swords slashed on Yang Chen's two legs one after the other, but it could only make a crisp sound. Yang Chen was unscathed. Be careful, this kid has a magic weapon to protect his body. This situation was immediately seen by people, and someone immediately shouted, "Hey, magic weapon to protect his body?" A cold snort suddenly appeared, and the leading Yuanying stage ancestor was very disdainful and shouted at Yang Chen, "Break for me." A red light, like a sword light, was emitted from the hands of the Yuanying stage ancestor and went straight to Yang Chen's chest. The surrounding Jedan stage masters were shocked, and one of them hurriedly shouted, "Ancestor, I want him alive." It seemed that he suddenly remembered that he still wanted Yang Chen to be alive, and the red light emitted by the Yuanying stage ancestor suddenly stagnated, and then the light seemed to weaken a little, but the speed did not decrease, and still heavily hit Yang Chen's chest. Yang Chen's body had recovered its balance by the two flying sword slashes, but immediately faced a blow to the chest. This blow was not the attack of a Jedan stage master, but a magic weapon attack of a Yuanying stage ancestor. Seeing that the red light had already hit Yang Chen's body, but on Yang Chen's face, there was a strange and elusive smile. When the Yuanying stage ancestor was puzzled, there was a low bell sound from Yang Chen's body. Buzz, the dull bell sound came from the place where Yang Chen's chest was hit by the Yuanying stage ancestor, and an invisible shock wave spread around. Wherever it went, be it people or objects, everything began to buzz and tremble along with the dull sound of the bell. Other than Yang Chen, there was no other sound in the ears of the others. Their ears were completely filled with the sound of the bell. The buzzing sound was continuous. The voice seemed to have penetrated through everyone's bodies and burrowed into everyone's minds. Even everything in his sea of consciousness began to tremble along with the sound of the bell. His body trembled involuntarily, and he could no longer hold anything in his hands. The flying sword fluttering in the air seemed to have been hit by a huge force. It fell down one after another, unable to establish any connection with the owner of the flying sword. Everyone stood rooted to the ground, trembling incessantly, but unable to do anything else. The explosion of the 10th water divine thunder is very cool. Yang Chen's figure appeared directly beside the Yuanying stage ancestor, accompanied by Yang Chen's calm but undisguised anger. "Taste this bell sound is also good." In fact, Yang Chen himself was also affected by the sound of the bell, but the impact was negligible compared to others. But even so, Yang Chen could only use the escape technique once, and then he could no longer condense his spiritual power, and weapons such as the flying sword could no longer be used. The sound of the bell almost dissipated his spiritual awareness. However, for Yang Chen, it didn't matter even if he couldn't use his spiritual power at all. Don't look at the fact that the other party was all in the Yuanying stage, but at the same time that Yang Chen couldn't use his spiritual power, these enemies couldn't use it either. However, for a Yuanying stage master who couldn't use his spiritual power, facing Yang Chen who had cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, the tragedy was inevitable. Yang Chen had no concept of mercy at all. These people caught him, not to put him on a pedestal, and Yang Chen would naturally not be soft-hearted. With a big hand, he directly grabbed the back of the Yuanying stage ancestor's head, while the other hand grabbed the other's shoulder. He opened his arms and began to exert force. Under the horrified expression of the Yuanying stage ancestor, in the eyes of the surrounding Jedan stage masters, accompanied by a miserable scream, the sound of tearing suddenly sounded. The original high and mighty Yuanying stage ancestor, the ancestor in the mouth of a group of Jedan stage masters, was pulled out of the body by Yang Chen's hands. It was not known how many spiritual power had tempered the body of the Yuanying stage master, weak like a dough, directly separated into two pieces. The scream stopped abruptly. The bloody spine connected to the complete head was thrown directly into the roots of the blood demon vine in the medicine garden by Yang Chen. On the other side of the body, it was carried in the hands of Yang Chen. After he skillfully took off the Chenkuan bag, it also became the flower fertilizer of the blood demon vine. easily put away the Yuanying stage ancestors Chenku and Bag, Yang Chen's gaze turned to the other Jedan stage masters. For cultivators, there was no shortage of people who were cut into several pieces. However, that was all the power of the flying sword. How could Yang Chen tear a Yuanying stage ancestor with his bare hands? Not to mention that everyone was still affected by the sound of the bell, even if there was no such influence. Watching Yang Chen tear the Yuanying stage ancestor like this, they were all scared out of their wits. Every injustice has a cause, every debt has a debtor. You and I have no grievances in the past, and there is no hatred in the present. Chasing you for no reason, I have to send you on your way. During the speech, Yang Chen's voice did not stop, and the people around the Yuanying stage ancestors were directly pulled over by him, one punch, and at least 6 heads were blown up in an instant. Until this moment, the influence of the bell gradually weakened, and they could finally use their spiritual power, but the remaining 4 Jedan stage masters had the courage to fight with Yang Chen. Even the Yuanying stage ancestors were not his opponents, let alone them. At the moment when the spiritual power could be controlled, in the minds of the 4 people, the idea of escaping directly emerged. However, the moment before the Jedan stage masters could use their spiritual power, Yang Chen recovered earlier than them. With a move of his mind, Wen Chen and her 6 apprentices appeared directly around him, and the 5-way mystic fairy formation surrounded the 4 Jedan stage masters. Originally, they were already scared to see Yang Chen. Now there were suddenly 5 more Jedan stage masters surrounding them, plus there was a Yuanying stage master on the side to deter them. Where did the 4 people have the courage to make a move? They obediently put down the restriction by Yang Chen one by one, and did not dare to move casually. With a flash of his figure, Yang Chen had put away the women and appeared in the shuttle with the 4 captives. The 4 Jedan stage masters were directly shocked, but after seeing the surrounding situation, they finally understood why Yang Chen could hide under the sea and not come out. What made the 4 people a little uneasy was that after Yang Chen banned them, he did not ask any questions. He just slowly checked the seized Chenku and Bag to see what he had gained. But the more this was the case, the more uneasy the hearts of the 4 people were. Chapter 480. What's your surname? Finally, after Yang Chen checked the Chenku and Bag one by one, Yang Chen took one of the Jedan stage masters to sit in front of him and asked, Liu. It seemed that he didn't expect Yang Chen to ask such a simple question, and the captive subconsciously answered directly. Then he was alert, but he felt that he didn't say anything, and there was a feeling of relief. Do you have a grudge against me? Yang Chen asked again. However, this time, the Jedan stage master didn't speak anymore, just stared at Yang Chen fiercely. Brush, a light flashed, the head of the Jedan stage master flew directly into the air, and the headless neck, blood spurted. In Yang Chen's hand, he didn't know when he had already grasped the hilt of the bright ray sword. Without looking at the flying head, Yang Chen's hand stroked the blade of the bright ray sword, as if caressing the skin of a lover, patiently and meticulously. Until the blood spurted out, Yang Chen slowly collected the body into the medicine garden and filled it as fertilizer. Then the bright ray sword was put on the table by his hand. Actually, I don't want to know your purpose. The shuttle would not be stained with blood at all, so Yang Chen would not be afraid of the blood spraying everywhere. He collected it and sent it to the medicine garden, but he said lazily, because of your purpose, I know it even if you don't say it. Chasing me, there are only a few reasons. Seeking revenge, killing to silence, or trying to take something from me. While continuing with his own tone, Yang Chen crossed his legs. Killing people, there are no more than these reasons, right? This was the truth. Even if the remaining 3 guys were not happy, they had to admit that what Yang Chen said was not wrong. Killing people for no reason, except for the disciples of the demon sects or the monster race, the Dao sect's cultivators would generally not do it, unless there was a last resort. Of course, those who abandoned themselves to despair did not count, but these people were clearly not that kind of people. Before that ancestor attacked, one of you shouted that he wanted me alive. Yang Chen shook his head and said with a smile, that means you don't want me dead. Then it's even easier to guess. It's definitely not revenge. Otherwise, you guys would love to see me dead, right? It seems that I, a junior in the foundation stage, only have some alchemy skills that can make a Yuaniing stage ancestor and more than a dozen Jedan stage masters take action. Yang Chen looked at the 3 prisoners in front of him and asked curiously, "What do you want? Questioning inner heart pill? Or the heaven-seizing pill? Or both?" The 3 people didn't have any reaction at all. They didn't know if they were unwilling or afraid, but Yang Chen's words were like a poisonous snake, ruthlessly drilling into the ears of the 3 people, disintegrating their persistence little by little. "Since you are willing to be captured, I think you don't want to die." Yang Chen's words really hit the hearts of the 3. After all, if they really wanted to be a dead man, they would have done it just now, and they wouldn't have to wait until now. It was not easy to cultivate to the Jedan stage. If there was a chance, no one would be willing to die. "This senior, I don't know if you can tell me who is going to deal with me." Yang Chen turned his head to the leftmost Jedan stage master and asked very seriously. "Me." The Jedan stage master seemed to want to express his temperament or struggle, and snorted softly. Then, everyone saw a flash of sword light, and the head of the guy who just snorted flew directly up and was beheaded by Yang Chen. He said he would make a move, and he didn't even give a chance to hesitate, and the head was cleanly beheaded. One might not be shocking enough, but 2 in a row, especially when the next one was likely to be himself, the feeling was completely different. The remaining 2 Jedan stage masters instantly turned ashen. They had long heard that Yang Chen was a secular executioner, and it was indeed a well-deserved reputation. No one would have thought that Yang Chen would be so ruthless that even a wrong word, or even just a voice to express emotions, would immediately make a move against Yang Chen's mind. Even if the 2 Jedan stage masters were used to seeing life and death, they still couldn't help but tremble in their hearts when facing Yang Chen at this moment. The dignified Jedan stage master, facing a junior in the foundation stage, did not even dare to look at him. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Yang Chen sighed slightly and shook his head. "I am not a bloodthirsty person, but I am not a good person either. If you want to muddle through, or still want to save the face of the senior, then come and try. If you have the guts, give me a quick death." Excessive fear stimulated one of the remaining 2 Jedan stage masters to suddenly go crazy and shouted at Yang Chen. "As you wish." Yang Chen didn't even give the other party a chance to regret. His mouth opened and his sword fell. The shouting guy's head flew high, and he fell down. The gushing blood sprayed on the remaining body. "The guy who tracked me was very smart, he didn't go with you." Putting the bright ray sword to the side, regardless of the blood still dripping from the tip of the sword, Yang Chen said to the remaining guy. "His spiritual awareness mark is still in my sea of consciousness." The remaining guys raised their heads blankly and didn't seem to understand why Yang Chen would say that. But Yang Chen actually knew that the person who was tracking was not among them, which made him a little surprised. "This also means that you don't have to say it." Yang Chen sneered and said, "I will go to him. There is no need for you. In fact, it is very redundant. Maybe he will know more. What do you say, senior?" As he said that, Yang Chen's hand had once again touched the hilt of the bright ray sword. This action immediately scared the remaining guys, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. I said. Yang Chen's hand just lifted up a little, and the other party had already hurriedly begged for mercy. The embarrassed appearance, there was no trace of the Jedan stage master's temperament. "I'm listening," Yang Chen said coldly, but his hand did not leave the hilt of the sword. "Yes." Just said a word, the Jedan stage master was suddenly stunned, as if there was something strange, and then he said, "Yes." After saying 2 words, the Jedan stage master's face suddenly showed a look of horror, and his body suddenly trembled violently. Yang Chen was stunned, and then immediately understood. He didn't want to think about it. He threw the Jedan stage master out of the shuttle, and then the shuttle accelerated and rushed forward. Just flying out more than 200 feet, the body of the Jedan stage master suddenly exploded. In the loud sound, it turned into a pile of minced meat. Chapter 481. When the Jedan stage master exploded and died, the power of the explosion was not ordinary. Even if Yang Chen had already driven the shuttle to escape more than 200 feet away, he still felt the powerful explosive force. Although it was not as powerful as the explosion of the 10th water divine thunder in the sea, if it exploded in the shuttle, it might cause some damage to the shuttle. Yang Chen could not sacrifice the shuttle now, let alone repair it. Once it was damaged, it would not be worth the loss. This was clearly the practice of some of the dead warriors. When they joined certain organizations or went out for a certain task, they were restricted by the experts in the organization in advance. Once they wanted to reveal secrets, they would trigger the restriction, which would lead to the end of exploding and dying. The Jedan stage master was obviously restricted. However, looking at the shocked eyes of the Jedan stage master before he died, it seemed that he did not think that he would be restricted. Yang Chen estimated that he did not even know when he was restricted, otherwise he would not look like that. In this way, Yang Chen was impressed by the person behind the scenes. It was not an ordinary person who could be so cruel to his own people. This kind of technique was usually prevalent in the demon sects. In the Dao sects, unless it was a dead warrior, they would use this method. Ordinary people would rarely come into contact with it. For the death of these people in front of him, Yang Chen really didn't care. Without them, Yang Chen could still dig out the planner behind it. As Yang Chen said before, the guy who was responsible for tracking was not among these people. So far, the people brought by the Yuanying stage ancestor had died, but the spiritual awareness imprint in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was still there, which could only explain one thing: he was not dead yet. If someone was alive, Yang Chen could track the whereabouts of the other party. Maybe the guy who planned this would never dream that Yang Chen could move the thing that was originally on the object into his own sea of consciousness, let alone think that Yang Chen could rely on a spiritual awareness imprint to track the person who wanted to track him. However, Yang Chen did not intend to start doing this now. Since the other party was able to place restrictions on the people who were attacking them, then they could also place restrictions on the people who were pursuing them. Before Yang Chen had the means to undo this restriction, Yang Chen was not prepared to take the risk. The spiritual awareness imprint in the sea of consciousness was once again tightly wrapped by Yang Chen's spiritual awareness threads, leaving no gap, eliminating the possibility of the other party being able to track Yang Chen again. However, Yang Chen had to keep this spiritual awareness imprint. One day, when Yang Chen's cultivation was high enough, this would be a clue to find someone to settle accounts with. The corpses of a group of golden core and nascent soul cultivators had become fertilizer for the blood demon vine. To Yang Chen's surprise, Xiao Tian also woke up before the battle, just in time to catch up with the battle. The dragon chi of the three restrictions made Xiao Tian a little abnormal. So far, it seems that it is still a full meal that has not been digested. Even the fragments of the flying sword that Yang Chen prepared for it did not look at it. It was coiled on the blood demon vine sword, motionless. It was estimated that it was still digesting. Yang Chen no longer disturbed Xiao Tian and let it be free in the medicine garden. He himself drove the shuttle and flew in the direction of the Blue Cloud sect. Of course, when he was at sea, it was still convenient to be at the bottom of the sea, not only to hide his whereabouts, but also not to attract attention. There would be a period of time on the road, and Yang Chen had nothing to do, so he sat in the shuttle and began to cultivate. When collecting the 10th water true essence, Yang Chen had been drinking the mixed liquid of the 4 seas mysterious coral liquid and distiller's yeast. After drinking it, he fell asleep and then waited for the impurities to be eliminated. He had not cultivated and practiced. Now that the impurities in his body have been removed, this was the first time he had cultivated under such circumstances. The 3 purities secret art was good. It was a secret art to cultivate spiritual awareness, and it had little to do with the body. However, now the 3rd layer of the 3 purities secret art, Yang Chen has cultivated it to the point of being very familiar, and his spiritual awareness has reached the point of condensing again. However, this kind of condensation is not a overnight work. Normally, it would take decades and hundreds of years. Fortunately, now Yang Chen has the spiritual awareness of the middle Yuanying stage, and if the spiritual awareness does not increase for the time being, it will not affect Yang Chen too much. Yang Chen now has at least 2 things in his hands that can increase both his cultivation base and his spiritual awareness. The sect has collected more than 100 kinds of flames for Yang Chen, among which there are many kinds of 3rd-grade flames. Once Yang Chen fully absorbs them, it will immediately cause another change in his sea of consciousness, and his spiritual awareness will also increase. The other was the 10th water true essence in Yang Chen's hands. This was an essential thing for the cultivation of the 10th water true secret art in the Great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art, and it was also a divine object that could cause changes in the nature of the sea of consciousness. After absorbing the 10th water true essence, maybe a miniature ocean will really be formed in the sea of consciousness. As for the improvement of cultivation base and spiritual awareness, it was simply a piece of cake. However, Yang Chen did not intend to do these two things in a short time. So far, the growth of Yang Chen's cultivation base has far exceeded that of Gaou, Shishanshan, Sun Qingxue, and Gong Sunling, these cultivation geniuses with a full-value single-attribute spirit root. More haste, less speed, this was the most basic truth, everyone understood, and Yang Chen would not make mistakes. The rapid improvement of the cultivation base required a longer time to consolidate the realm. This was something that could not be helped. If there was a gain, there must be a price, and no power was without a price. What Yang Chen needed now was to consolidate his cultivation base at ease, so as not to have any big problems. The 3 purities secret art did not bring much surprise to Yang Chen. The real surprise was in the yellow turban strongman body refining technique and the yin-yang 5 elements secret art. When Yang Chen finished cultivating the 3 purities secret art, and then began to cultivate the yin-yang 5 elements secret art, he immediately noticed the changes in his body. The speed at which the various spiritual powers flowed in the meridians of the body was almost 30% faster than usual. During the battle, Yang Chen did not notice it, and there was no extra energy to care about those things, but now in the state of cultivation, he immediately discovered the abnormality. The speed of the spiritual power flow accelerated, and Yang Chen had always thought that it was because the cultivation base was too low, causing some hindrances in some parts of the meridians to go up and down. Almost all disappeared. The spiritual power flowed in the body, without any feeling of being bound, it was round and very free. Not only that, after the completion of the yin-yang 5 elements secret art, Yang Chen himself could clearly perceive that compared to the past, the increase of the spiritual power in this cycle was also a bit more. The circulation speed accelerated, there was no hindrance in the meridians, coupled with the increase of spiritual power, it seemed not a big change. But after the accumulation of a long time, it was definitely a crazy gap that made people envious and jealous to the extreme. The yin-yang 5 elements secret art had already given Yang Chen a surprise, but the bigger surprise came from the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. Chapter 482. Yang Chen's body, because of old demon Yi's demonic art, has absorbed the life essence of tens of thousands of immortals, and it has long been strong. Without relying on any other assistance, he can achieve physical strength that exceeds 1,000 jin. However, this demonic art also has a drawback, that is, the absorption of too much life essence is too mixed, resulting in a lot of impurities in the body. This was a hidden danger, but he did not expect that Yang Chen was actually lucky enough to get so many 4C's mysterious coral liquid. Almost all the impurities in the body were discharged. When he was cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, the feeling of the sudden burst of power in the body and pouring into the body almost shocked Yang Chen. He knew that there would be benefits, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. After removing the impurities in the body, the feeling of the body refining technique transforming the muscles and bones was clearly reflected in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. It was as if Yang Chen himself was magnified countless times in the sea of consciousness, letting his soul leave the body and watching all this happen. Under the effect of the body refining technique, the bones were more compact and the strength was greatly increased. The muscles were also like someone was constantly increasing the strength and thickness of Yang Chen's body. As for the most important muscles, the changes were even more amazing. Just looking at the increased strength, he knew that the strength had definitely increased. Not only that, but the disadvantages of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique in the current stage of the transformation of the whole body seemed to be seen by Yang Chen one by one. Where the strengthening was not uniform enough, and where some places were too much, it was clear at a glance. Only now did Yang Chen know why the yellow turban strongman body refining technique would only increase the strength in the early stage, but it would make people become such a barbaric physique. He also knew why the yellow turban strongman body refining technique could be restored to the original normal body shape in the later stage. In the beginning, this kind of body refining technique focused too much on the tempering of the muscles and bones. Naturally, there would be some imbalance, and the swollen muscles would of course become the nemesis of speed. Without Yang Chen's ability, apart from cultivating the body refining technique to the extreme step by step, it would be impossible to restore his original body shape. But now, Yang Chen already knew where the problem was, and his current body was more adapted to the body refining effect of the body refining technique. As long as Yang Chen spent a period of time concentrating on certain parts, he could readjust the uneven parts of the body refining. In this way, Yang Chen in the early stage of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique can achieve the effect of the late stage cultivation. This wasn't just a change in his physique. At the same time, it also meant another unbelievable miracle in terms of physical strength. Just this time cultivating the body refining technique, Yang Chen felt that the effect of strength improvement was much higher than before. It seemed that no matter what kind of cultivation, the body was still the most basic and most important. After a heavenly cycle, the effect of the body refining technique alone was 50% better than usual. The surging force of the muscles made Yang Chen feel a little surprised. According to this situation, in less than a few hundred years, it was estimated that without waiting for ascension, Yang Chen could reach the level of senior yellow turban strongman. It must be known that the senior yellow turban strongman, even in a place like the heavenly court where spiritual energy was almost everywhere, it would take at least a few hundred years to reach it. Moreover, the first person to cultivate was by no means a mortal. Yang Chen didn't know how to evaluate his heaven-defying luck. The old Dragon King was really powerful. No wonder he wanted a separate treasure house. Those magic weapons that won by weight really couldn't be compared with the things that Yang Chen already had in his hands. With good things, Yang Chen's first thought was of course his master. This 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, he would let his master drink it as water when he went back. He could also take a bath. Anyway, there was such a big lake, how much could he want? As for other people who had a good relationship with Yang Chen, the master ancestor, the head of the palace, the old tree demon, other elders, senior sisters, and senior brothers, everyone had a big cup first. Cure illness, strengthen the body without illness. Chunyang Palace had Yang Chen, and the welfare treatment had been greatly improved. In the past, when Yang Chen and Shashanshan went to get the blood essence of the howling celestial dog, he still appreciated Shashanshan's tea-making skills. However, what Yang Chen liked was wine, and tea was only something that he would taste occasionally. Now that there was a lake of distiller's yeast, it seemed necessary to brew some refreshing wine to mix. Although the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid was good, every time he drank it, he had to sleep, which was inconvenient. Good wine still needed to be mixed with wine to taste better. That gourd, Yang Chen had decided to call it a wine pot. There was a large lake of distiller's yeast for tens of thousands of years. What was it if not a wine pot? This was also just right. Yang Chen's newly brewed wine could also be put in it. Anyway, it could be put in, and it would not be mixed with each other. When he wanted to drink, he could pour it out at any time. If the Blue Cloud sect had an auction, he could go and collect a large number of raw materials for winemaking. At the same time, he would also go and see little sister Sun Qingxue. If it was convenient, he would also give her a cup of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, which was absolutely good for her cultivation. Along the way, Yang Chen was cultivating. When he was close to the Blue Cloud sect, he put away the shuttle, then summoned an ordinary flying sword, and slowly flew to the gate of the Blue Cloud sect. This was not the first time Yang Chen came. The last time he came was to invite Elder Hua Wanting. The people of the Blue Cloud sect were also very familiar with Yang Chen. When they heard that he was looking for Sun Qingxue, they sent a message without saying anything. A few hours later, Yang Chen saw Sun Qingxue in a hurry. "Hello, big brother Yang." Sun Qingxue still had a young face. When she saw Yang Chen, her face instantly became a smile like a flower, and she came up and said hello. Yang Chen could come alone to find her. Sun Qingxue's mood was not generally good. This proud disciple of Elder Hua, the current genius disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, was like a little girl in love. After calling Yang Chen, she didn't know why she still blushed. Little Shui. Yang Chen has a kind of care for Sun Qingxue for his younger sister. Although it is a little awkward now, it does not prevent Yang Chen from seeing Sun Qingxue. Of course, there is another reason to be happy. In the future, the famous dancing snow fairy, in front of him, unexpectedly has such an expression. Thinking about it, there is an indescribable sense of satisfaction. I was just passing by, so I came to see. Soon, seeing Sun Qingxue's happiness was replaced by a headache. Looking at Sun Qingxue's happy appearance, Yang Chen could not say anything to hurt her. He could only find something to say. Don't you invite me to the mountain gate? Sun Qingxue almost jumped into the mountain gate with Yang Chen, and happily introduced some famous scenery of the Blue Cloud sect to Yang Chen. Her happy appearance was from the bottom of her heart. Is there an auction in the sect recently? I am eligible to participate. After a long time, when he was resting in the small courtyard of Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen took the opportunity to ask. Chapter 483. Auction. Sun Qingxue was startled. She didn't think there was anything wrong with Yang Chen wanting to participate in the auction, but because of the current schedule, it will only be 10 days later. What does Brother Yang want to buy? Maybe I can help you. I don't have a specific goal. Yang Chen was not in a hurry. 10 days, Yang Chen could still afford to wait. Blue Cloud sect often had good things for auction. He didn't know what he could catch this time. However, for Sun Qingxue, there was nothing special to hide. I plan to buy some raw materials for wine. If there are any miscellaneous books, I can also buy them. Yang Chen was famous for his love of miscellaneous books. The last time he treated Elder Hua wanting, he directly asked for 20,000 books. Sun Qingxue was present at the time, so she was very clear about this. There may not be many books at the auction. Sun Qingxue shook her head and said very directly, if it can be auctioned, it must be valuable martial arts, alchemy, refining techniques, and so on. Miscellaneous books can't be auctioned. Yang Chen didn't have such an idea to buy miscellaneous books at the auction. He just wanted to use this as a cover. Coming to Blue Cloud sect, he just wanted to see what good things there were, but he really didn't have a fixed goal. There is a place selling the raw materials for wine. Brother Yang, you don't have to wait until the auction. Sun Qingxue immediately began to plan another request for Yang Chen. In the internal market of Blue Cloud sect, there is a world-famous wine called Qingyun Immortal School. This is a unique wine of the sect. If Brother Yang likes it, I will buy some for you. The Blue Cloud Immortal Stream was made by a low-level disciple of the Blue Cloud sect who had no hope of cultivation. After being improved by some masters, it became a unique wine of the Blue Cloud sect. Those who were not disciples of the Blue Cloud sect or friends who had a close relationship with the Blue Cloud sect could not enjoy it. Yang Chen had been here twice, but because the timing was not right, he did not get to taste this fine wine. Originally, with Sun Qingxue's status as a foundation-building disciple, she wasn't qualified to buy it. But now that Sun Qingxue was under the tutelage of Elder Hua wanting, it was really not a troublesome matter to want some Qingyun Immortal School. Moreover, with Sun Qingxue's current aptitude, if Sun Qingxue revealed the slightest intention to purchase the Qingyun Immortal School, many people would be willing to purchase it for Sun Qingxue. Of course, Yang Chen now has the qualifications to buy, even the qualifications to participate in the sect auction, not to mention buying the Green Cloud Immortal School. In his previous life, Yang Chen had also heard of the famous Qingyun Celestial School, but he never had the chance to. Now that Sun Qingxue had mentioned it, Yang Chen had no choice but to give it a try. Okay, let's go to this Qingyun Celestial School and see what it tastes like. With his interest aroused, Yang Chen immediately stood up. Sun Qingxue smiled sweetly and rushed in front of Yang Chen, leading the way for Yang Chen. The two drove the flying sword and soon came to the market inside the sect. The Blue Cloud sect was worthy of being a first-class sect. Even the internal market was so lively. Chunyang Palace was relatively worse, and even the sect's auction was rarely held. Just the number of disciples, Chunyang Palace had a long way to go to catch up. The market was crowded with people. There were more disciples in the foundation building stage, but there were also many Jedan stage masters, and even Yuanying stage ancestors occasionally appeared. The sect encouraged disciples to exchange some of the things they had obtained with each other, learning from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses. This was the same for almost all the major sects. Sun Qingxue pulled Yang Chen and soon came to a shop that looked very inconspicuous. It was inconspicuous because the shop was very small. There was only one room, and there were 3 wine jars on a simple wooden counter inside. Other than these, there was nothing else, not even a stool for people to sit on. The shop owner was a middle-aged man with an average cultivation level, which seemed to be in the middle stage of foundation building. He was dressed very neatly, holding a wine spoon and pouring wine into a small wine pot. However, compared to the simplicity of the shop, there was a long line of people outside the shop. Almost everyone was holding a wine vessel, be it a gourd, a small bottle, or a jade pot, and they all looked expectant. "Oh no, it seems that we won't be able to make it today." Looking at this situation, Sun Qingxue frowned. Qingyun Immortal School only sells 3 jars a day, and they don't wait for the overdue ones. What should we do? It was not easy for Yang Chen to come to the Blue Cloud sect. It was rare for him to say that he wanted to drink, but there were so many people, which made it very difficult for Sun Qingxue. She could only look at the people in front of her to see if there was anyone she knew and see if she could replace one of them. The air was filled with the fragrance of wine, and the closer they got to the shop, the stronger the smell. Yang Chen raised his head, took a few deep sniffs, and made a hissing sound. His actions were like a standard drunkard. Among the people in the line next to him, someone suddenly smiled. It was estimated that they had done similar actions many times before. However, although they were drunkards, no one was willing to give up their position. 3 jars a day, and each person could not exceed 500 grams. In total, only 100 people could taste the wine every day, and no one wanted to give up the precious opportunity to enjoy it to others. Sun Qingxue had already seen the back of the line from the front. To her disappointment, there was not a single person she knew in the long line. Moreover, it was obvious that there were more than 100 people in the line. There were at least 300 people, and it seemed that the share of the wine for the next 3 days had already been reserved. In the Blue Cloud sect, it was impossible to cut the queue. Perhaps it could be done if there was a strong backer outside, but here, even the strongest person would not dare to break the rules. This was the confidence of the Blue Cloud sect. Seeing that there was no way to let Yang Chen taste the wine, Sun Qingxue was so anxious that she almost cried. It was rare for Yang Chen to come, but he encountered such a situation. How could Sun Qingxue accept it? "Don't worry, Xiaoxue." Yang Chen looked at Sun Qingxue's anxious look and was touched. He immediately comforted her. "I have already smelled the wine. It's okay if I can't drink it." However, the more Yang Chen said, the more anxious Sun Qingxue became. She frowned and suddenly said, "I will go and find Master to think of a way." It was only 500 grams of wine, so Yang Chen did not care about it. Moreover, this Qingyun Celestial School smelled really ordinary. After tasting the distiller's yeast in the gourd left by the old Dragon King, this level of wine could no longer arouse Yang Chen's liquor bug. "Please don't. What a joke." It was too unreasonable to trouble a Mahayana stage expert for a little wine. Yang Chen blurted out, "This wine tastes ordinary, but it's not that you have to drink it. Watch me personally brew some peerless delicacies for you to have a taste." Shameless boasting. Before Sun Qingxue could say anything, someone beside her had already reprimanded her loudly. Chapter 484. Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue looked in the direction of the voice at the same time. Even the people who were waiting for old wine couldn't help but look in that direction out of curiosity. It was an exquisite restaurant, which was completely different from the shabby shops here. The 4-story restaurant looked very magnificent, and there were people coming in and out from time to time. Cultivators were also human and had a desire for good food. However, most of their time was spent on cultivation, so they didn't pay much attention to this aspect of enjoyment. However, it didn't eliminate the possibility that some people liked this kind of food. The person who had spoken was on the 3rd floor of the restaurant. "Young man, the Qingyun Immortal sect is famous all over the world. How dare you slander it?" The person who had spoken just now spoke again in a reprimanding tone. I'm coaxing my little sister. What does it have to do with you? Yang Chen didn't care about that, so he retorted. Everyone in the queue had seen how anxious Sun Qingxue looked just now, so they naturally knew why Yang Chen had said those words. Strictly speaking, those words were really words used to coax a child, so they couldn't be taken seriously. Therefore, no one said much. On the contrary, the person upstairs had only heard Yang Chen mention the Qingyun immortal sect and didn't care why Yang Chen had said those words. That was why he had reprimanded him. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the person in the restaurant seemed to have realized that his interruption was unnecessary. However, Yang Chen's words put him in a difficult position, so he had no choice but to argue with Yang Chen. The Qingyun immortal sect is so mediocre. What kind of wine dares to call it good wine? Young man, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll have to talk to your elders. Within the Blue Cloud sect, no one dared to fight and kill at will, so the person upstairs had said that. If this had happened outside, Yang Chen might have to use his head as compensation. Only a frog at the bottom of a well who hasn't seen the world would treat this kind of wine as a treasure. Yang Chen snorted coldly. Explanation? On what basis? On the basis of my name as the wine immortal. The person upstairs couldn't help it anymore. Yang Chen repeatedly belittled the Qingyun immortal sect, and even the people who admired the Qingyun immortal sect. How could the person upstairs let it go? Not to mention the person upstairs, even the people downstairs who were queuing to drink, looked at Yang Chen with unfriendly eyes. What was a frog at the bottom of a well? Could it be that all of them were frogs at the bottom of a well who had never seen the world? Everyone's eyes suddenly blurred, and a middle-aged man? The imposing manner of the Yuanying stage ancestor was not released, but an invisible power was pressing on Yang Chen. It seemed to make him feel the huge pressure. Unfortunately, this pretense did not work at all in front of Yang Chen. The power issued by the wine immortal was simply playing the lute to a cow. Yang Chen did not even react. Hearing the name of the wine immortal and seeing the appearance of the wine immortal, Sun Qingxue knew that it was not good. She hurriedly stepped forward and gently pulled the lapel of Yang Chen's clothes and whispered, "Big brother Yang, senior wine immortal, is a guest of the sect." Although Sun Qingxue's master was a master of the Daching stage, she was still very respectful of these guests. She couldn't help but remind Yang Chen senior wine immortal is addicted to wine and has tasted all the good wines in the world. If there is any wine that can be praised by the senior, the value will immediately rise. To be honest, Sun Qingxue was a little anxious. Yang Chen made the wine immortal unhappy and there would be a conflict. If there was a conflict, it would definitely be Yang Chen, the younger generation of the foundation stage, who would suffer a loss, and all this was because of her. How could Sun Qingxue be calm? The anxious look was overflowing. This old man will not lower himself to the same level as a little girl. The wine immortal seemed to be targeting Yang Chen, who asked him to say that the Qingyun immortal school was ordinary kid. Today, no matter why you say this kind of words, either you apologize to the Qingyun immortal school winery, or you take out the evidence of the Qingyun immortal school, otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Wine immortal? It's self-titled. Yang Chen couldn't see this kind of guy who was rushing to be abused. He sneered and said, "You have drunk a few kinds of wine and dare to call yourself a wine immortal? You want to deceive me into drinking wine. Do you think I am a child?" Asking people to come up with evidence to prove that Qingyun immortal school was ordinary. To put it bluntly, he wanted Yang Chen to come up with a better wine. This statement did have the suspicion of cheating wine to drink. Moreover, the real wine immortal seemed to have been cut off by Yang Chen. How could he care about a guy who claimed to be a wine immortal in the mortal world? The wine immortal was already a Yuanying stage ancestor, but he was also speechless for a long time by Yang Chen's words. The dignified wine immortal actually became a scoundrel who cheated wine to drink. How could the proud wine immortal bear it? "The boy is rude," someone shouted from the side. The queue was full of people who liked wine and had heard of the name of the wine immortal. Yang Chen reprimanded like this, how could it not make people filled with righteous indignation? Good, good, good. The wine immortal was so angry that he smiled, pointed to Yang Chen, and said 3 good words. This old man has not been out of the mountain for a long time. It seems that there is a group of great juniors. Today, this old man will not cheat you to drink wine, as long as you can come up with a glass of wine that surpasses Qingyun Immortal School, this old man's things, you can choose one at will. Is this true? Yang Chen's eyebrows raised and he asked in a deep voice. A glass of wine for a magic weapon of a Yuanying stage ancestor, this deal was worth doing. A word is said. The wine immortal raised his head and said proudly. He has this capital to be proud, the world's wine, he has not yet drunk, even the 5 elements of chaos wine of the 5 elements sect, at most, is only as famous as Qingyun Immortal School. Everyone is not divided, there is little difference. To say that it surpasses Qingyun Immortal School, it is absolutely impossible. Everyone present can testify. Good. Yang Chen agreed. However, if you can't come up with it, what should I do? The wine immortal did not give Yang Chen a chance to deceive, and immediately asked. The people next to him were also adding fuel to the fire, loudly urging Yang Chen. What do you want? Yang Chen was not pretentious and asked directly. You are a younger generation, you can't come up with anything decent. At this moment, the wine immortal fully showed the generosity of a senior, waved his hand, and said very generously, as long as you apologize to the Qingyun winery in front of everyone, and admit that you are talking nonsense. The people around, listening to the wine immortal predecessor is to correct the name of the sect Qingyun Immortal School, one by one cheered loudly. As if they had already won. Senior, are you sure you won't regret it? Yang Chen suddenly asked with a smile. What is there to regret? At this moment, the wine immortal has determined that Yang Chen is looking for a chance to escape. Where will he give him such a chance? This old man will never regret it. Senior, are you not afraid that once you taste the wine today, you will never taste it again in the future? Yang Chen's smile became more and more happy. Chapter 485. The wine immortal thought that what Yang Chen said was that once he lost, he would lose something. He was sneering in his heart. Yang Chen really didn't understand the wine. He could taste the wine that was more delicious than Qingyun Immortal School. How could it be compared with a thing? After hearing Yang Chen's words, the wine immortal was stunned and looked at Yang Chen. He suddenly had a feeling of a confidant. People who love wine are afraid of not being able to drink good wine. As Yang Chen said, once you taste the delicious food today, but you can't taste it again in the future. What should you do? Looking at Yang Chen's confident appearance, it seemed that he had nothing to fear. For a while, the wine immortal suddenly had some gains and losses. But soon the wine immortal understood that he almost fell into the trap of Yang Chen. If Yang Chen could come up with a more delicious wine than Qingyun Immortal School, would he still need to line up here? Understanding this, the wine immortal shook his head directly and sneered, that's a matter in the future. Today, the old man is really waiting to taste your wine. Little Shui, go find some water. Yang Chen didn't say anything more at the moment, and directly told Sun Qingxue. Sun Qingxue was anxious, thinking about how to resolve the discord between Yang Chen and the wine immortal. After listening to Yang Chen's words, she couldn't help but hesitate. Once Yang Chen couldn't come up with it, wouldn't it be very difficult? She couldn't help but anxiously called Big Brother Yang. I didn't lie to you, did I? Yang Chen smiled softly and seemed to know what Sun Qingxue was anxious about. Hearing this sentence that Yang Chen had said several times to reassure himself, Sun Qingxue didn't know why, but she suddenly felt at ease. When Yang Chen said this, his confident appearance made Sun Qingxue feel as if she had returned to the execution ground where her whole family was beheaded, or to the small courtyard where her master was entangled by the blood demon vine. At this point, Sun Qingxue no longer had any doubts and directly rushed into the restaurant. It was not a big problem for the disciples of Blue Cloud sect to go in and ask for a cup of water. Not long after, he came out with a large basin of water. The waiter of the restaurant was also clever. He had already heard the movement here. He did not hesitate to move a table out with a set of chairs and sent it to the front of Senior Zhu Xian. The wine immortal was not polite, and directly sat on the chair and waited quietly. Sun Qingxue put a big basin of water on the table and walked behind Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't talk much nonsense and sat opposite Zhu Xian at the table. From the Qiankuan bag, Yang Chen took out a large jade wine cup, almost 3 taels. Later, Yang Chen thought about it and seemed to feel that it was a pity. He took the wine cup back and replaced it with a small cup of 2 chien and put it on the table. At the same time, he took out a 1 jin wine pot and put it next to him. This action was very obvious, and the meaning expressed was also very clear. He was reluctant to use a big cup for Juzian to drink, so he only used a small cup. Seeing this, even Juzian was looking forward to it. Yang Chen cherished it like this. Could it be that he really had some good wine? Under the watchful eyes of the people, Yang Chen poured the water into the wine pot. This action made the people who saw it puzzled for a while. Was he going to drink wine or drink water? The onlookers began to talk about it. There was such a big movement here, and the other people who were originally buying and selling in the market also gathered around. Although not everyone was good at wine, a well-known predecessor of the wine country and a younger generation of the younger generation bet, it was still very interesting. After everything was done, the pot had been filled with more than half of the water. Yang Chen stood up and cupped his hands to the people around him, and loudly reminded, "Everyone, friends who are not good at drinking, please step back a few steps, so as not to make a mistake." What does this mean? He didn't drink yet and he reminded them like this? This was too looking down on people. Everyone had such a thought in their hearts, arrogant. Did he really think that the smell of wine could make people drunk? No one moved. Yang Chen didn't care. Anyway, he had already said it. If others didn't listen, it was not his business. At most, someone would be intoxicated by the smell of wine and be drunk on the ground. It was not a big deal to sleep. Juzian has been tempted by Yang Chen's move. The more Yang Chen was like this, the more it showed that there was something in his hand. The smell of wine could make people drunk. What kind of strong wine was this? Before waiting for Yang Chen to take out the wine, Juzian had already begun to fidget, and there was no image of a senior. In the midst of everyone's expectations, in the hands of Yang Chen, no one knew when there was a blue-yellow gourd. Yang Chen held the waist of the gourd, opened the lid of the gourd, and carefully began to tilt slowly over the top of the pot. A drop of viscous liquid slowly appeared from the mouth of the gourd, and then reluctantly lingered on the buckle of the gourd for a while. It was completely separated from the gourd, and with a tinkling sound, it gently fell into the clear water of the wine pot. Immediately, Yang Chen was like holding a treasure, quickly covered the gourd and put it away. From the moment the drop of liquid appeared, everyone's eyes never left it. The strange thing was that although Yang Chen was solemn, everyone couldn't smell a trace of wine. Was this the wine that Yang Chen said? Senior Juzian was also in doubt, but soon he no longer doubted Yang Chen's words. In the wine pot, there was a faint smell of wine. He sat the closest and smelled it the most clearly. This smell of wine faintly drifted around, and everyone also smelled this smell. Slowly, the smell of wine became stronger and more fragrant. There were many people who liked wine here. At this moment, there was a series of sniffing sounds on the scene, one after another, which was very interesting. However, the smell of wine did not stop at all. As time went by, the smell of more and more fragrant quickly filled the entire market. There were a few shallow cultivators whose faces had begun to blush, and they were actually a little tipsy because of the smell of wine. Originally, the streets were filled with the smell of the Qingyun Immortal School. However, at this moment, regardless of whether it was the crowd's noses or minds, they were all filled with the fragrance of wine. There was no longer any mention of the Qingyun Immortal School. The performance of the wine immortal predecessor was even worse. Although he was sitting the closest, his nose was constantly moving, as if to completely inhale this fragrant smell into the nose. If it weren't for so many people watching here, maybe Juzian would have been unable to hold back and picked up the wine pot and drank a full glass. Yang Chen finally picked up the wine pot and shook it gently in his hand, letting the distiller's yeast dissolve a little more fully. With his movement, someone in the market finally fell down and fell asleep, making a burst of snoring sound. However, no one cared about this. Everyone's eyes were moving along the wine pot in Yang Chen's hand. After a while, Yang Chen grabbed the wine pot and gently poured a cup into the small cup on the table. "Senior, please." Filling the wine glass, Yang Chen rushed to the opposite wine immortal and made a gesture of invitation. Chapter 486. Yang Chen's series of affectations had already made the appetite of the wine immortal high. How could he still remember the bet? There was nothing else in front of him except this glass of wine. When he smelled the wine immortal already knew that he had lost in a mess. In this world, there was really such a good wine. Just the smell of the wine could make some of the shallow guys drunk. However, the wine was in front of him, smelling the smell. Where could the wine immortal be reserved? He grabbed the small jade cup and looked at the amount that was not enough for a sip. He couldn't help but be reluctant. He put it under his nose and sniffed it for a while, enjoying the rare taste. The wine immortal finally couldn't bear it anymore. He took the wine cup and sent it to his mouth, looked up, and poured it all into his mouth. He immediately felt the most delicious stimulation on the tip of his tongue. It was just a small amount of wine, and it was just enough to moisten his tongue. After tasting it in the mouth for a long time, the wine immortal reluctantly swallowed it into the abdomen. A burning feeling passed directly from the mouth to the soles of the feet and rushed back to the top of the head, and then it was replaced by a cool feeling. Between the cool and the hot, the whole body's spiritual power seemed to be burning, the pores naturally opened, and a burst of wine gushed out. Then, under the control of the wine immortal, it quickly drilled back into the pores. The wine immortal senior could no longer maintain the posture of sitting upright. He closed his eyes and looked up to the sky. The kind of intoxication and enjoyment appeared in the eyes of the onlookers. The people who lined up for the wine, one by one, stuck their heads out and kept sniffing. The sound of the sniffing at the scene did not stop, as if everyone wanted to suck up all the wine smell in the air. Another cup. The wine immortal senior finally opened his eyes again and put the wine cup on the table, but he was not willing to let go. He still pinched it with 2 fingers and said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen was not stingy, and poured a full cup for the wine immortal, looking at the wine immortal with a smile. However, at this moment, the wine immortal had no interest in arguing with Yang Chen. This glass of wine was simply the jade nectar, which hooked all the wine worms buried deep in the body of the wine immortal. His throat seemed to have stretched out a small hand, constantly waving, wanting the wine immortal to pour this glass of wine into his mouth. After a long time of deep intoxication, the wine immortal finally took another sip of this small glass of wine into his mouth. With this action of Zhu Xian, there was a sound of swallowing saliva on the scene, which directly shocked Sun Qingxue behind Yang Chen. Sun Qingxue did not expect that a single drop of Yang Chen's wine would be so delicious. When she was young, her family was well off and she drank a lot of good wine. Although he wasn't greedy for the wine in his cup, he could still tell if it was good or bad. The smell of wine made several people hungry, but Sun Qingxue was standing so close, but she was fine. Obviously, her drinking capacity was not bad. But Sun Qingxue still couldn't imagine that there would be so many people swallowing saliva at the same time. These were all the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. Their performance made Sun Qingxue very embarrassed. In front of Big Brother Yang, couldn't they show some face for the Blue Cloud sect? However, looking at the appearance of the wine immortal, who was a Yuanying stage senior, Sun Qingxue could not blame those disciples more. Such a wine was not a delicacy that should exist in the world. After giving 2 cups to the wine immortal, Yang Chen did not intend to give it to the wine immortal anymore. He turned around and directly stuffed the wine pot into the small hand of Sun Qingxue. Little Shui, keep it. Big Brother Yang, this is too expensive. Sun Qingxue also knew the good and bad, understood the value of this pot of wine, and hurriedly refused. Oh, it's not a good thing, it's just distilled yeast. Where would Yang Chen let Sun Qingxue refuse, and directly forced it back? Take it first to satisfy your appetite, and wait for the day to let you taste the distilled yeast with a specially brewed wine, that is the best delicacy. These words made the people who listened around, including the wine immortal predecessor, all stunned. Such a good wine was actually not a good thing. But Yang Chen's words were very reasonable. The distilled yeast with water, of course, was not as good as the distilled yeast with a special wine. This was common sense. This also meant that there was another more delicious wine. The eyes of the wine immortal predecessor had already lit up, staring at Yang Chen, as if staring at a peerless treasure. However, while looking at Yang Chen, he did not forget to follow the wine pot in the hands of Sun Qingxue from the corner of his eyes. The special wine was of course wonderful, but wasn't there no such thing? At present, the only thing that could satisfy his appetite was the pot in the hands of Sun Qingxue. The wine immortal predecessor had begun to rack his brains to find a way to get the glass of wine in the hands of Sun Qingxue. Rob. As a predecessor, and also a guest of the Blue Cloud sect, he could not do such a thing in the Blue Cloud sect. It seemed that there was only one way to exchange things. Senior, this wine, how does it taste compared to the Qingyun Immortal School? At this time, Yang Chen asked such a question again, and the time made the wine immortal immediately recall the kind of carefree feeling of 2 glasses of wine, and couldn't help but salivate. He wanted to shake his head and not admit it, but the wine immortal looked at the wine pot in the hands of Sun Qingxue, and he couldn't say these words. In the end, he could only nod heavily. I lost. The wine immortal was also a hoodlum, and directly threw his Chenkuan bag on the table. You see what you want, take it yourself. Under his control, the mouth of the Chenkuan bag had been opened, waiting for Yang Chen to choose himself. This was the bet, and under the eyes of the public, the wine immortal would never renege on it, not to mention that there was a pot of wine next to the wine immortal. This bet was taken by Yang Chen, and there was no thought of politeness. He opened the Chenkuan bag directly and began to check the things inside. As a Yuanying stage predecessor, there were still a lot of good things in the Chenkuan bag. However, those so-called advanced magic weapons, Yang Chen did not see any of them. Instead, a small thing that was thrown in the corner of the Chenkuan bag by the wine immortal caught the attention of Yang Chen. It was a wooden sign, very irregular in shape, with some crooked text-like patterns on it. The age was already very old. If there was no trace of spiritual power to protect it, it would have already decayed into what shape? This. The wine immortal looked at Yang Chen and actually chose such a broken wooden sign. It was a little unexpected, and he couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure?" "Of course." Yang Chen replied affirmatively. "Weird." The wine immortal stared at Yang Chen strangely and said, "This is what the old man got by chance. No one knows what the patterns on it are. If you want it, you can take it." Chapter 487. For what Yang Chen chose, as long as he did not take his own life source magic weapon and several kinds of wine collected, the wine immortal really did not care about it. He only took a wooden sign. It was strange, but it also made the wine immortal feel at ease. In this way, he did not break his promise. No matter what the use of the wooden sign that Yang Chen took, the eyes of the wine immortal were tightly staring at the wine pot in the hands of Sun Qingxue. The kind of expression that he wanted was overflowing. Sun Qingxue was originally a smart person. How could she not know that Yang Chen gave her the rest of the wine, just to let her exchange some good things from the hands of the wine immortal? She opened the lid of the pot and leaned forward to sniff it gently. She suddenly shook her head and asked Big Brother Yang, "Is it more delicious to melt it with wine than with water?" "That is natural." Seeing Sun Qingxue asking this question, Yang Chen knew that the clever little girl already knew what he wanted to do, and replied very cooperatively, "If that's the case, then this wine is really a pity." Sun Qingxue suddenly shook her head and pretended to fall. "Then I still don't drink this first. Wait for your wine to be brewed. Little girl, you can give it to me if you don't want it." The wine immortal saw that the wine pot was about to be poured out, and he was shocked and hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Don't pour it out." Sun Qingxue and Yang Chen sang the same tune. It would be strange if the wine immortal didn't see it. However, the taste of the wine was really memorable. With the wine immortal's alcohol capacity, the amount of 2 cups of 4 qian was just enough for him to taste the taste. The wine bug had just been aroused, and there was no wine to quench his thirst. How could he bear it? "Well, little girl, what do you want?" you say. "I will exchange this pot of wine with you." Knowing that Sun Qingxue was waiting for his game, the wine immortal still said it directly, and the character of drinking was seen at a glance. Sun Qingxue's eyes turned. Yang Chen didn't hint that there was anything good in this wine immortal. It seemed that there was nothing suitable for her in the Chenkuan bag. She said, "Senior wine immortal, this junior doesn't want the things in your Chenkuan bag." With this, the wine immortal was a little embarrassed. The reason why he threw the Chenkuan bag to Yang Chen just now was because he knew that there weren't many good things inside. He was afraid that Yang Chen would choose something that he treasured. Fortunately, Yang Chen was easy to deal with. He solved the problem with a wooden token of unknown use. But now Sun Qingxue was not fooled by him, and the wine immortal was forced to the corner. With a red face, the wine immortal looked at Yang Chen, but found that Yang Chen was holding the wooden token and didn't pay attention to him at all. He felt a little less embarrassed. He looked down and looked around. He thought about it and looked at Sun Qingxue, who was smiling sweetly on the opposite side. The wine immortal finally took out a green branch from his arms and gritted his teeth and handed it over. "This is a piece of Changchun wood that I got when I was walking around the world. This little girl has a wood attribute spirit root, it just comes in handy." Long spring wood was a good thing. Sun Qingxue almost immediately took it, and the smile on her face was almost blooming. The wine pot in her hand was not shameless, and she sent it directly over. Her mouth was also very respectful. "Thank you, Senior Wine Immortal. Forget it, forget it." The wine immortal took the pot of wine and was about to drink, but suddenly remembered something. He took the small jade cup on the table, poured a cup, and swallowed it after smelling it for a long time. The rest of the wine was reluctant to drink, and he solemnly sealed the wine pot with a talisman and put it away. Now the wine immortal realized the words that Yang Chen said at the beginning. After drinking this kind of wine, and then drinking other wine, it was already bland, but if he wanted to drink again, there was not much. For a person like him who was addicted to wine, it was simply torture. "If I knew it, I wouldn't have made this bet, I wouldn't have tasted this wine, and there wouldn't be so many things. The key was that I don't have to think about this wine. Now, after drinking this pot, where can I find it?" Suddenly seeing Yang Chen, the wine immortal's eyes lit up. This distiller's yeast was poured out of the gourd by Yang Chen. "There must be more. I can only make friends with Yang Chen in the future and ask for more. What is the name of the little brother?" There was a request for people. The wine immortal's words were also a lot of polite, and the title was changed from a kid to a little brother. The people watching next to them couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker. On the contrary, those who lined up to drink were all sad. If they could really drink that kind of wine again, what's the harm in calling him a little brother? Everyone pricked up their ears and wanted to know who this unfamiliar face was. "I am Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace." The other party was polite, and Yang Chen was also polite, and directly reported his origin. As soon as they heard that it was Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace, there was a sound at the scene. The name of Yang Chen was also heard by many people in Blue Cloud sect, especially after the 100,000 Mountains incident. The questioning inner heart pill was only a legend among the high level, but the thunder pomegranate was almost everyone's ears. Yang Chen used hundreds of thunder pomegranates to directly break the 7-star heavenly thunder formation in the Battle of 100,000 Mountains. Many people, even if it was for the thunder pomegranate, had to pay attention to Yang Chen. It turned out to be Nephew Yang. The wine immortal directly began to get close to him and called him nephew. It seemed that he should have a friendship with a certain predecessor of Chunyang Palace. "In the future, this old man will go to Chunyang Palace for a few days, and I will have to trouble nephew. On behalf of the sect, I welcome the predecessor." Yang Chen also began to talk about etiquette. The purpose of the wine immortal was to know the origin of Yang Chen, and he could find him later. Now that the purpose has been achieved, he didn't say anything more. After a few polite words, he returned directly to the restaurant. Others also remembered the name of Yang Chen. It was estimated that there would be many drunkards who would come to the restaurant in the future. Sun Qingxue got the eternal spring wood and was really happy. Holding the small branch, she couldn't put it down and showed off to Yang Chen. "Big brother Yang, why did you choose that wooden plate? If I knew there was such a good thing, I would have asked for more. Hee, people should be content." Yang Chen smiled and was also happy for Sun Qingxue. Suddenly he thought of something and reminded Sun Qingxue, "If this eternal spring wood is used with immortal wood, the effect will be better." "I know." Sun Qingxue carefully put away the eternal spring wood, and then smiled sweetly at Yang Chen. "You also said that people should be content, this is already very good. Moreover, immortal wood is not so easy to get, I will not be greedy for the time being." Seeing Sun Qingxue so happy, Yang Chen didn't know why, his heart was gratified, as if Sun Qingxue was happy, and he was also happy. He couldn't help but say, "Although this immortal wood is not easy to find, little Shui, you are lucky, I just have one here." Chapter 488. Yang Chen did have an immortal wood. After the incident in the Barren Valley, the Taishanmen sent compensation for covering up Chu Heng. At that time, Yang Chen already had the Penglai divine wood, and did not put this immortal wood in his eyes. Immortal wood and eternal spring wood both belonged to the eternal wood species, but one was dead, the other was alive, one yin and one yang, the two were used together, yin and yang. It was the best tonic for the wood spirit root cultivators. The combination of the two could almost make it easier for the wood spirit root to step into the Jedan realm. Sun Qingxue had already taken the 3 Revolutions Foundation establishment pill given by Yang Chen. The first wood spirit power already contained the aura of the Penglai divine wood. Combined with this eternal spring wood and immortal wood, it was definitely the best assistance for Sun Qingxue to condense her Dan. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Sun Qingxue almost jumped with ecstasy. Yang Chen came to her 3 times and gave her 3 surprises. The first time he saved her life, the second time he let her worship Elder Hua as a master, this time he brought her the eternal spring wood and the immortal wood. Speaking of it, Yang Chen was simply Sun Qingxue's lucky star. If there were no people watching, Sun Qingxue would want to hug Yang Chen's neck and cheer. In cultivation, opportunities were very important, but Yang Chen brought such opportunities to Sun Qingxue one after another. At this time, even if she directly fell out with Shishanshan, Sun Qingxue would unswervingly fight with Fairy Shu for a dual cultivation companion. Yang Chen did not know that his concern made his own troubles more serious. The little sister in his mind, at this moment, had become more and more firm. Originally, he planned to buy some raw materials for wine in the market, but unexpectedly encountered such a thing. Of course, a drop of distiller's yeast in exchange for a piece of eternal spring wood and a strange wooden sign, Yang Chen felt that it was really worth it. Others couldn't see the use of the wooden sign, how could Yang Chen not see it? It was clearly the key to a secret plane. The wine immortal actually put it there as an ordinary object for Yang Chen to choose. If he knew the truth, he would probably be so regretful that he would beat his chest and stamp his feet. This secret plane was a forbidden area similar to the Chunyang Palace secret pavilion. The pattern on it was a rare text from 10,000 years ago, and Yang Chen happened to see the introduction of this text on a piece of jade slip in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave. In the secret plane of a small sect, the sect has long disappeared, but the secret plane is still preserved, and this key has also been tossed and turned to the present, but no one knows the goods, and Yang Chen got a bargain for it. Even if it was a small sect, sometimes there would be some amazing things. What's more, in the secret plane of 10,000 years ago, even if there was nothing else, there would always be some spirit medicine that was more than 10,000 years old, right? This kind of good thing, of course, Yang Chen would not say it on the spot. This secret plane key also gave Yang Chen a goal to gain experience with Sun Qingxue. Not to mention anything else, he would first complete the instructions of the head of the palace. There were not too many twists and turns in purchasing the raw materials for the wine. With the previous performance of Yang Chen, everyone knew that Yang Chen was going to brew a special wine to melt the distiller's yeast, and they were all looking forward to it. The only trouble was that the amount Yang Chen needed was too large, and he directly emptied all the inventory of the shop in the market, which made people surprised. How much wine was Yang Chen going to brew? I'm not only brewing one kind. Yang Chen explained to Sun Qingxue. Sun Qingxue did not pursue this issue much, just a no sound. She was still immersed in the joy of getting the eternal spring wood and the immortal wood. Compared to the huge lake of distiller's yeast, Yang Chen could not buy all the raw materials in the Blue Cloud sect. And there were many other things to consider. For example, the wine needed to use good water, which required Yang Chen to find a suitable water vein for wine brewing. Of course, these were later words, not mentioned for the time being. After taking Yang Chen around the market, Sun Qingxue and Yang Chen returned to Sun Qingxue's small courtyard. Yang Chen also gave the immortal wood that he kept to Sun Qingxue. Holding 2 rare woods, Sun Qingxue jumped in the yard excitedly. There were no outsiders here, only Brother Yang was here. Sun Qingxue was not afraid to be seen by him. What are you so happy about? A majestic voice interrupted Sun Qingshua's ecstasy, and then a figure appeared in Sun Qingshua's small courtyard. Master. When Sun Qingxue heard the voice, she was not afraid at all. After seeing the figure, she didn't think about it and rushed into the arms of the person. After acting coquettishly for a while, she asked as if she was presenting a treasure, Master, guess what I got today? Senior Hua. Young Chen has stood up. When Elder Hua Wanting appeared, Young Chen also had to show the etiquette of the younger generation. Hua Wanting nodded slightly at Young Chen, but did not come over. She just looked at her apprentice and acted like a spoiled child. You used Young Chen's wine to exchange for a piece of eternal spring wood from Juzian? When Sun Qingxue finished acting, Hua Wanting replied with a smile. Master, you know it all? Sun Qingxue was very dissatisfied. It was not easy to show off in front of her master. In the end, her master already knew it. This was not interesting. Things in the market can spread very fast. Hua Wanting's eyes turned to Young Chen. My sect's Qingyun Immortal School suddenly became ordinary, it is hard not to know. Senior, I just want to coax little Shui. It is Senior Juzian who won't let it go. Young Chen could only spread his hands and pretend to be innocent. Speaking of it, he did ruin the reputation of Qingyun Immortal School. It doesn't matter, it's just wine. Hua Wanting, as a master of the Darching stage, of course, would not take this kind of small thing to heart. She just came to see how her disciple and Young Chen got along. Master, you must not be able to guess what else I got. Sun Qingxue on the side immediately followed up, once again letting her master guess what benefits she got. You are not satisfied with the eternal spring wood. Hua Wanting smiled and scolded, you don't want to get another immortal wood, do you? Ah! Sun Qingxue was dumbfounded on the spot and looked at her master as if she was looking at a monster. Master, how do you know that I also got an immortal wood? What? You really got an immortal wood? Hua Wanting was stunned on the spot. Sun Qingxue actually got an immortal wood. How was this possible? With the eternal spring wood and the immortal wood, with the qualifications of Sun Qingxue, the Jedan was simply a sure thing. Even her master couldn't help but be happy for Sun Qingxue. No wonder Sun Qingxue would be so happy, it turned out to be like this. It was Big Brother Yang who gave it to me. Sun Qingxue once again proudly showed Yang Chen's credit to her master. Yang Chen found that Hua Wanting's eyes looking at him had become softer and softer, as if looking at a son-in-law. Chapter 489. For Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen now regarded her as a little sister. If there was something good, he would not be stingy to give it to her. The Three Revolutions Foundation establishment pill was like this, and so was the immortal wood. However, now Yang Chen was a little hesitant. Should the 4C's mysterious coral liquid be given to Sun Qingxue at this time? Maybe Sun Qingxue did not have this kind of insight, but Hua Wanting must know it. Once Hua Wanting saw the 4C's mysterious coral liquid and had other ideas, Yang Chen was afraid that this kindness would do bad things instead. Sun Qingxue happily showed off what she had got to her master, but she still had to wait until Sun Qingxue was at the peak of the foundation stage to use it, which made Sun Qingxue have a little regret, and her face naturally showed it. At that moment, the girl's naive and excited expression was mixed with a little grievance, so Yang Chen suddenly had a little understanding. Sun Qingxue was grateful and simply good to him, so there was no need to guard against this and that. Even if Hua Wanting didn't know that Yang Chen had the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, she knew that Yang Chen could refine the questioning inner heart pill. Compared with the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, the latter could make Hua Wanting more tempted. Since Hua Wanting now had this attitude towards Yang Chen, there would be no difference if she did not take out the 4C's mysterious coral liquid. It was just an occasional encounter, I didn't know it beforehand. After thinking about it, Yang Chen's face also showed a smile again. A jade cup suddenly appeared in his hand, and he said to Sun Qingxue, "This is my gift to you." "What is this?" "Another kind of wine." Sun Qingxue jumped over and looked at the jade cup in Yang Chen's hand, asking in surprise. However, hearing that it was a gift from Yang Chen, the smile on her face did not stop. "It doesn't matter what it is, just drink it," Yang Chen said with a smile as he brought the jade cup to Sun Qingxue. Sun Qingshue's eyes widened as she looked at the glowing purple liquid. Her eyes were filled with confusion, as if she was wondering what it was. When Hua Wanting heard that Yang Chen had a gift for Sun Qingxue, she was very happy. Hua Wanting doted on her disciple Sun Qingxue very much. She would not easily let her suffer any grievances, let alone allow her to be hurt. Although Elder Hua believed that Yang Chen would definitely not harm Sun Qingxue, he still subconsciously looked at what Yang Chen gave to Sun Qingxue. Looking over and seeing the purple liquid, Elder Hua Wanting was startled. In his memories, there didn't seem to be anything with such characteristics. It was purple, and it was even emitting waves of fluorescent light. If she explored it with her spiritual awareness, there was no spiritual power. What was this? Suddenly, the name of a thing rose from the bottom of Hua Wanting's heart, and Hua Wanting suddenly became excited. No way! Was this thing the legendary 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid? Hua Wanting couldn't help but be shocked. The 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid was too precious. Even if others had it, it would only be a few drops. How could it be packed in a big cup? Yang Chen's jade cup had almost 2 or 3 drops. With so many 4 Seas mysterious coral liquids placed there, it seemed so unreal. Ordinary people had a few drops of 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid, and all of them regarded it as a treasure. Unless it was a last resort, they would add 1 or 2 drops in the extremely important alchemy or refining process, and they would not be willing to put more. This kind of peerless treasure, drink it. What kind of a wastrel would do such a thing? Wait. Seeing that Sun Qingxue was about to pick it up and drink it, Hua Wanting couldn't help but hurriedly stop it. What a joke, this 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid, drinking it could only clean up the garbage impurities in the body, but for people like Sun Qingxue who had the full value of the wood spirit root, the effect was relatively small. But if these 4 Seas mysterious coral liquids were used in alchemy or refining, maybe they could refine some peerless medicinal pills or magic weapons. It was a pity to waste it like this. Master, why? Sun Qingxue turned her head and looked at her master in confusion. She never doubted that Yang Chen would harm her, but wondered why her master would do such a thing. And now Hua Wanting's expression was rare, which Sun Qingxue had never seen on her master's face. Suddenly, a thought rose in Sun Qingxue's heart. Could it be that this cup of purple liquid was something extraordinary? Yang Chen, this is too valuable, you can't accept it. Hua Wanting did not explain to Sun Qingxue, but said to Yang Chen. She didn't know how Yang Chen got these things, but no matter which sect it was in, so many 4 Seas mysterious coral liquids would definitely be regarded as a treasure. How could it be easily given away? Elder Hua still has a glimmer of hope that Yang Chen still doesn't know what this thing is and what its use is. He only thinks that it is an ordinary juice that is good for the body, so he gave it to Sun Qingxue to drink. In this case, Elder Hua could still persuade Yang Chen to take it back. It's not that Elder Hua is not tempted by this 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid. It's really that Chunyang Palace and Blue Cloud sect are at the moment of close cooperation. The long-term interests of the 100,000 mountains are more important than a few magic weapons or some medicinal pills that the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid can achieve. Of course, if other things can be used in exchange for some 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid, the result would be more perfect. However, it must not be in the way it is now. Without Yang Chen's knowledge, it was given to Sun Qingxue as a drink. It's just some 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid, it's not a big deal. When Yang Chen opened his mouth, Hua Wanting was shocked. Not a big deal. The words used by Yang Chen simply shocked Elder Hua, a master of the Daching stage. Is it precious? Master. Sun Qingxue really didn't know, and asked her master with doubts. It's 10,000 times more precious than you think. Hua Wanting replied without hesitation. Ah. Sun Qingxue didn't expect such a result. Such a precious thing, she couldn't dare to accept it at will. She picked up the jade cup and planned to return it to Yang Chen. Looking at Hua Wanting's performance, Yang Chen suddenly sighed in his heart. Blue Cloud sect was able to become a first-class sect, it was not a fluke. Even the temptation of the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid, Elder Hua could refuse. Just this temperament, it was not known how many times higher than that Wn Chen. Yang Chen, Don't you know the special nature of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid? Elder Hua looked at young Chen and still insisted on returning it. You should take it back. Thank you, senior, for your care. Young Chen was still very grateful for Hua Wanting's thoughts, but he also had his own plans. However, does senior think that this thing is in the hands of this younger generation junior? Can this younger generation junior keep it? Chapter 490. Indeed, once it is known that young Chen has the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, the enemies that young Chen has to face will never be less than 10,000. Even if young Chen is the enemy of thousands of people, it is impossible to fight against the entire cultivation world. Hua Wanting became more and more puzzled. In this case, why did young Chen show this treasure in front of her? Although he didn't speak, Elder Hua's eyes had already revealed this question. Since it can't be kept, why not use it immediately, and let others have no other thoughts? Young Chen smiled slightly and said his reasons. Listening to this almost absurd reason, Hua Wanting really didn't know what to say. Young Chen's words obviously meant that he knew the preciousness of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, and it was precisely because of this that young Chen made such a decision. Elder Hua certainly didn't know that in young Chen's gourd, there were so many of these things that he could use to bathe and swim. For a while, she couldn't find any reason to refute young Chen. She wanted to say that she would keep it, but this was a gift from young Chen to his apprentice son Qingxue. As an elder, how could she be greedy for the younger generation? Moreover, if this younger generation junior always relies on this 4C's mysterious coral liquid, I don't want to make any progress in alchemy. Young Chen opened his mouth again, and this time the reason sounded like it. As long as this younger generation junior has the alchemy technique in hand, what difference does it make with or without these things? At this time, even Hua Wanting couldn't help but be moved by young Chen's arrogance. But thinking about it carefully, what young Chen said was very reasonable. He was still in the foundation stage, and he could already refine the questioning inner heart pill, heaven seizing pill and black tiger yuan raising pill. If he always relied on foreign objects, it was indeed as young Chen said, his alchemy technique was likely to stop moving forward. Young Chen could distinguish what was fundamental, so he would make such a decision. Hua Wanting couldn't help but envy young Chen's master. With such an excellent disciple, how could the sect not prosper? Fortunately, the gift that young Chen gave was for his disciple. After son Qingxue drank it, it was indeed a great benefit for her. There was no doubt about this. The excellence of the disciple was the glory of the master. Elder Hua also understood this and finally didn't stop him. He nodded at son Qingxue, signaling her to drink it according to young Chen's instructions. Originally, Elder Hua wanted to keep some for the sect's needs, but seeing that young Chen didn't seem to be holding back, she couldn't do that. Anyway, in the end, son Qingxue still benefited from it. It was an indirect benefit to himself and the sect. Elder Hua comforted himself and then watched son Qingxue drink the cup of 4C's mysterious coral liquid. There is no taste. After drinking, son Qingxue mischievously said another sentence, so that Hua Wanting really didn't know what to say. Soon, the medicinal power of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid took effect. Son Qingxue only felt that her eyes were blurred. She only muttered a sentence, so sleepy, and fell into the arms of her master. Hua Wanting was already prepared, and quickly took son Qingxue out. The figure flashed and was no longer in the room, leaving only a lingering sentence. Young Chen, you rest here, I will look for you after little Shui wakes up. With Hua Wanting watching, son Qingxue would certainly not have any problems. Young Chen was very relieved. In son Qingxue's room, young Chen rested leisurely for a few days. He did not go out every day. He only cultivated the 3 purities secret art and the yin-yang 5 elements secret art and the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. The rest of the time, he took the jade slips and looked at them one by one, very regular. Although the name of the wine has been spread in the Blue Cloud sect, no one has come to disturb young Chen. It must be that Elder Hua has already ordered it. Young Chen was also happy and leisurely, reading books and cultivating. During this period, Elder Hua Wanting also came twice. Her courtyard was next to son Qingxue's courtyard. The master and apprentice were next to each other, and it was also convenient for son Qingxue to ask for advice. In fact, Elder Hua did not come over and knew what Yang Chen was doing. Elder Hua was just a little emotional. Young people like Yang Chen who could be calm were rare even among the outstanding disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. At least Hua wanting herself could not give away the cup of 4 C's mysterious coral liquid like Yang Chen casually, and it was still given to people who had nothing to do with her sect, which was even more rare. The only explanation was that Yang Chen cared about Sun Qingxue. Anyway, Sun Qingxue had already expressed the intention to become a Dao companion to Yang Chen before, and Yang Chen said that he would consider it. However, such a large cup of 4 C's mysterious coral liquid seemed to have explained Yang Chen's attitude. For Sun Qingxue's own choice of Dao companion, Elder Hua was more and more satisfied. Yang Chen not only saved Hua Wanting's life, but he was also so calm at such a young age. His alchemy skills were almost the best in the world, his future was boundless, and he was so attentive to Sun Qingxue. It seemed that Little Snow's vision was quite good. If Yang Chen knew that he was just going to give a small gift to Sun Qingxue and was associated with so many things, he would definitely regret giving this to Sun Qingxue in front of Hua Wanting. It was not that he was reluctant to give the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, the key was that Yang Chen was afraid of misunderstanding. If he knew it, he would have secretly given it to Sun Qingxue, no one would know, and there would not be so many things. This large cup of 4 C's mysterious coral liquid was drunk, and Sun Qingxue slept for 10 days. Naturally, a lot of impurities were also discharged from her body. With Hua Wanting taking care of her at all times, there would be no problems in any aspect. When Sun Qingxue appeared in front of Yang Chen again, she already had a different expression. Hua Wanting had already explained to Sun Qingxue what the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid was and how precious it was. In the face of Yang Chen, Sun Qingxue was not ordinary gratitude. Thank you, big brother Yang. This thank you, Sun Qingxue, was absolutely from the heart. In the same way, it was also mixed with unusual joy. The 4 C's mysterious coral liquid Yang Chen was willing to give it to her, indicating that she had a position in his heart. Sun Qingxue did not ask for anything, these were enough. You are welcome. You look good. Yang Chen stared at Sun Qingxue up and down and nodded with satisfaction. After the removal of impurities, Sun Qingxue's skin was more white, full of vitality, and looked younger. Sun Qingxue's thanks, Yang Chen would not take it to heart. It seems that the auction of Blue Cloud sect is about to start soon, right? Yang Chen saw that Sun Qingxue was a little shy, and naturally changed the topic. Is it time to take me to see it? The auction will start tomorrow, it has been prepared for a long time. Sun Qingxue said, took out a piece of jade slip and handed it to Yang Chen. This is the thing to be auctioned tomorrow, big brother Yang. You see, what do you want? I will buy it for you. Chapter 491. The internal auction of the sect was very formal. The list of auction items was prepared in advance, so that the people in the sect could be prepared in advance. It was very thoughtful. Sun Qingxue came back and did not mean to leave again. This was her room, her courtyard. Seeing Sun Qingxue looking forward to looking at himself, Yang Chen used his spiritual awareness to explore the jade slip and began to look at it. Originally, Yang Chen did not have any specific goal, but after a rough scan, he found that among the things auctioned this time, there were good things that made him tempted. Polar True Fire. This auction turned out to have Polar True Fire. This was a 5th grade fire seed on the same level as the Sun True Fire, Lunar True Fire, and Nanming Li Fire. Yang Chen now had the True Sun Fire and the Nanming Li Fire, 2 5th grade 3rd grade fires, but only the Lunar True Fire, a 5th grade 4th grade fire, plus the Polar True Fire, a 5th grade 4th grade fire, was just in harmony with yin and yang. If it was his previous life, Yang Chen had the Sun True Fire, he would definitely not dare to hope for more. But this life was different. Since Yang Chen wanted the yin-yang heaven burning fire, he needed a lot of fire seeds. 5th grade and higher fire seeds were rare. It was not easy to encounter them, so Yang Chen must get them. There were no special surprises, but there was still a spirit spring that made Yang Chen very tempted. This was a spirit spring collected from the root. The water was clear and it was a good water for cooling during alchemy or refining. However, Yang Chen was not tempted to use it during alchemy or refining, but he felt that if the water quality was good, it could be used to make wine. If people knew about Yang Chen's plans, he didn't know how many people would knock him to the ground and then step on him fiercely and reprimand him. Although the spirit spring was not a rare thing, it was a bit of a waste to use it to make wine, right? Of course, everyone couldn't imagine how much wine Yang Chen needed to dilute the tens of thousands of years old distiller's yeast in the lake. A spirit spring might not be enough. With these two items, it was enough for Yang Chen to sell at the auction. Looking at the others, they were all good materials and refined magic treasures and pills. Yang Chen was not interested in them. There were a few cultivation techniques that looked good, but when he thought about it, it might be a little inappropriate to buy these cultivation techniques from Blue Cloud Sect's auction, so he gave up on the idea. Brother Yang, do you need anything? Sun Qingxue had been waiting for Yang Chen's decision. Seeing that Yang Chen had put down the jade slip, she hurriedly asked. Yes. Yang Chen smiled and nodded. It seemed that his luck was good. He could even catch up with a good thing like the Earth Pole True Fire. It was indeed a stroke of luck. However, this kind of fifth-grade flame, the Blue Cloud sect actually took it out at the auction instead of exchanging for it with the sect's contribution points. This could only mean one thing. The Blue Cloud sect was rich and overbearing, or the owner of the flame was really short of spirit stones. If he handed it over to the sect, although he would get the sect's contribution points, he would lose some spirit stones. In any case, since Yang Chen had seen it, he had to compete with others. Brother Yang, what do you want? I'll buy it for you. When Sun Qingxue heard that there was something that Yang Chen wanted, she was very happy and immediately clamored to buy it for Yang Chen. You? Yang Chen looked up and down at Sun Qingxue, then asked curiously, how many spirit stones do you have? Is it enough to buy? I can borrow some spirit stones from my master first. Sun Qingxue was a little guilty under Yang Chen's gaze. As a disciple of the foundation stage, although her master was a Dacheng stage elder, she did not have much savings. If she wanted to buy things at this level of auction, she still had some foundation. Forget it, your brother Yang is a rich man. Yang Chen reached out and stroked Sun Qingxue's little head gently. It was a very intimate action. Sun Qingxue also seemed to enjoy it and did not dodge. Then what do you want? Sun Qingxue still asked curiously. Don't I want to make wine? Yang Chen said with a smile, there is a vein of spirit spring here, it should be good to use to make wine. I'll look at the water quality and buy it if it's suitable. Although there was an introduction on the jade slip, it was impossible to judge without seeing the real thing. Some spirit spring water quality was good for refining, some were for alchemy, but usually most were very good drinking water. Of course, there were exceptions, and Yang Chen was afraid of encountering such exceptions. Good. Good. Sun Qingxue especially hoped that there was something that Yang Chen needed in the sect. As for whether it was expensive or not, that was another matter. Anyway, for an alchemist at the level of Yang Chen, there was no shortage of spirit stones. He could drink the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid as a drink. He would never be a person who was short of spirit stones. Now Sun Qingxue has regarded herself as Yang Chen's person, and she was not polite to Yang Chen. If she could buy it, she would buy it. If she couldn't afford it, there was no difference if Yang Chen bought it. The auction was on the second day. Early in the morning, Sun Qingxue took Yang Chen to the auction venue. To be honest, for this level of auction, Sun Qingxue had only followed her master a few times. She herself was not eligible to participate. It was not that her identity was not enough, but that her family was not enough. It seemed that the auction was very popular. When Sun Qingxue and Yang Chen arrived, many people had already arrived. At the entrance of the auction house, several disciples on duty were checking the identity of the visitors one by one. There was no way around it. The sect was big, and there were tens of thousands of disciples. It was impossible to know all of them. They could only be tested by the identity card. Unsurprisingly, Sun Qingxue and Yang Chen were stopped by two young disciples on duty at the door. I'm sorry, this is the sect's auction. Unrelated people are not allowed to enter. Both of them did not care. Sun Qingxue quickly took out her sect identity card and showed it to the disciple on duty. Junior sister, this is a high-level auction. Disciples in the foundation establishment stage are not allowed to enter. The disciple on duty just glanced at Sun Qingshue's identity card and immediately knew her identity, but still stopped Sun Qingxue. What? Sun Qingxue was shocked. When did it change to a high-level auction? How could they not allow people to enter? However, Sun Qingxue immediately thought of an idea. She stretched out her hand and pulled Yang Chen. This is the sect's distinguished guest and has the right to participate in the auction. I'm just going in to take a look. Is that okay? From the moment they arrived, Yang Chen felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. When Sun Qingxue pulled Yang Chen immediately felt that there were several unfriendly gazes directed at them. It seemed that it was not a problem of the advanced auction at all. Sun Qingshue's intimacy with him was the real culprit. The sect's distinguished guest. The disciple on duty was polite. He had a smile on his face, but he still insisted on his duty. Please show us the sect's VIP identity card. Chapter 492. The sect would issue a token of identity to some distinguished guests and guests. The Blue Cloud sect was too big. Even the people in the sect could not recognize each other, so it was normal that outsiders could not recognize each other. Therefore, this VIP token was indeed true. However, Yang Chen was embarrassed at this moment. When he was discussing the conditions with the Blue Cloud sect master, everyone was concerned about the safety of Hua Wanting, but no one remembered this. They only verbally allowed Yang Chen to participate in the auction, but this VIP token was never given to Yang Chen. Later, although Yang Chen came to visit again, he directly invited Hua Wanting and Elder Hua to take action, so he also did not have the opportunity to get the VIP token. At this moment, the disciple on duty stretched out his hand with a smile, but Yang Chen could not take it out. Of course, Yang Chen could not say that the master of the Blue Cloud sect did not give it, so he could only use such an excuse to evade. It seems that I forgot to bring it. However, everyone was a cultivator, and almost all of their belongings were kept in the Chenkuan bag. This excuse was too lame. Even Yang Chen felt a little embarrassed. Looking at Yang Chen's embarrassed look, the disciple on duty seemed to have a look of success in his eyes. At the same time, there was a burst of laughter around, and then a voice came out, "Can't take out the token? What VIP of the sect, are you pretending?" As soon as this voice came out, there was immediately a burst of laughter. It seemed that the people around had begun to watch the show. And a few people with ulterior motives began to add fuel to the fire. Sun Qingshue's face immediately became abnormally ugly. Among the voices, there were a few that she was very familiar with. It was clear that they were the people who often wanted to get close to her. Sun Qingxue had always been displeased with them, and she did not expect them to make trouble at this time. Especially in front of Yang Chen, making such a big embarrassment, Sun Qingxue was so anxious that she almost cried. These people were not watching, they were clearly taking the opportunity to humiliate Yang Chen. And the root cause was herself. However, the reason he chose was very reasonable. Only those above the gold core realm could enter the high-level auction. Sun Qingxue did not have anyone to bring her, so she was not qualified to enter. On the other hand, Yang Chen, the so-called VIP, did not have an identity token. Therefore, it was perfectly justifiable for him to reject the invitation. Even if the sect leader of Blue Cloud sect were to come over, he would not be able to reprimand him. He did not know who leaked the news that Yang Chen did not have an identity token, but it was clear that this arrangement was indeed flawless. Moreover, in front of so many people, it was true that Yang Chen and Sun Qingshue's faces were completely swept away. Yang Chen entered the auction to buy things. He could only go in to look and not make a move. Why would Yang Chen still go in? He thought that this was an opportunity, but he didn't expect to encounter such trouble. It seemed that this time, he could only return empty-handed. Since the rules are like this, then we won't go in. Yang Chen was open-minded. A kindling of earth pole true fire was really not worthy of Yang Chen's humility. Since they were not allowed to go in, then they would not go in. This was Sun Qingshue's sect, and Chunyang Palace and Blue Cloud sect had recently cooperated closely, so Yang Chen could not go too far. Sun Qingxue was so angry that her almond-shaped eyes were wide open, and she bit her lips tightly. If it were not for the fact that the disciples of the sect forbade internal fighting, She might have already made a move. She had also heard the meaning of Yang Chen's initial intention to settle things peacefully. She turned around and lowered her head to Yang Chen and said, "Brother Yang, let's go. Master will definitely take us in." Immediately, a Jedan stage master who was qualified to enter the auction house came over and said to Sun Qingxue and Yang Chen with a smile, "Junior sister Sun, don't bother Elder Hua. How about I take you in? Your friend can also go in and have a look, but you can't just buy anything. I don't want to trouble you." Yang Chen didn't want to make things look bad for everyone, so he refused directly. Wait a minute. The guy who spoke didn't expect Yang Chen to have such a reaction. He thought that Yang Chen had to enter this auction, but now that he turned around and left, wouldn't there be a lot of fun to watch? "Do you have anything else?" Yang Chen looked at the other party's performance calmly. He was slightly angry in his heart. He had given enough face to the Blue Cloud sect, but the other party was still so unforgiving. If it went too far, don't blame Yang Chen for being rude. "Are you a disciple of Chunyang Palace?" The disciple of Blue Cloud sect said Yang Chen's origin as soon as he opened his mouth, but he still pretended to ask. Then, without waiting for Yang Chen to answer, he immediately continued, "Chunyang Palace doesn't usually have an auction of this scale. Are you sure you don't want to go in and broaden your horizons?" As soon as this was said, there was another burst of laughter around, and at the same time, there were a few people deliberately clamoring. "It's a good opportunity. You should go in and have a look. There aren't many opportunities to broaden your horizons like this. Don't miss it, fellow Daoist." Ji. A series of voices came one after another, all of which were a group of people who seemed to be in the early Jedan stage and the late Foundation establishment stage. As for the disciple on duty, he had been staring at this side with a look and a smile, without saying a word. "Broaden your horizons? Do you look down on my Chunyang Palace so much?" Yang Chen's voice also carried a little anger. This was no longer a provocation to himself, but a disrespect to Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen's eyes stared at the other party's eyes, and suddenly asked, "Is this your own intention, or the intention of the Blue Cloud sect?" Yang Chen's question made all the people shut their mouths. If this question was not answered well, it would be big trouble. Although Chunyang Palace was a second-rate sect, it was now cooperating with the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. Not to mention being disrespectful to their allies, even without this cooperative relationship, Chunyang Palace was not so easy to be needed. "Chunyang Palace, there is really no auction of this scale." The Jedan stage master smiled, but he didn't admit his mistake. "I have good intentions, fellow Daoist should not misunderstand. If you don't want to, then please go back. If that's the case, then I have to see your sect's auction." The other party persuaded Yang Chen to go back, but Yang Chen didn't plan to leave. "Oh, fellow Daoist is going to go in with me?" The Jedan stage master was a little surprised, but wasn't this the outcome he wanted? So he immediately asked with a smile, "I won't bother fellow Daoist." Yang Chen sneered, "I have my own way. TSK, isn't it still relying on the identity of Elder Hua?" In the crowd next to him, there was immediately a voice of doubt, and it suddenly caused a burst of laughter. "Sect Master Lu, what you promised, does it still count?" Yang Chen stood in the same place, and suddenly opened his mouth. The huge voice was like a golden bell, spreading far away. Chapter 493. Yang Chen's voice, but with the power of the golden bell, his voice was strengthened by the golden bell that could barely be used, and spread out. A formless sound wave, carrying with it an unparalleled aura, frantically flew out in all directions. Within 100 miles, suddenly there was a low but clear voice, clearly passed into the ears of everyone. No one thought that Yang Chen did not make a move, nor did he let Sun Qingxue invite Elder Hua wanting, but directly asked Sect Master Lu Zhenyu of the Blue Cloud sect. If it was just shouting a few times in the same place, then it would be fine. At most, it would be a disturbance here, and then it would be stopped by the senior disciples guarding the auction house. Maybe it would be a good show to watch. But now, Yang Chen actually directly called out the name of Sect Master Lu, and asked if what he said was true, and even with such a big momentum, even if there was a master to stop it now, it was too late. The auction house was originally inside the sect, and here, It was at most a few dozen miles away from the sect master. Yang Chen's voice could definitely be heard by the sect master. Who is so bold? Dare to be presumptuous in the Blue Cloud sect? Yang Chen's voice had not yet landed, and immediately there was a majestic voice. In front of everyone's eyes, the figure of a young woman had appeared at the entrance of the auction house, with an overwhelming pressure, appeared in the sight of everyone. Boom, that formless pressure directly acted on everyone at the entrance. In an instant, whether it was the only accepted disciples or the guys who were watching the excitement outside, all of them fell to the ground, and there was no possibility of resistance at all. Sun Qingxue, who was next to Yang Chen, did the same thing. The woman who appeared was really too strong. She was definitely a master of the darching stage, and the momentum alone had made everyone unable to bear it. The only exception was Yang Chen, who was still standing in the same place, standing straight. There was a relaxed look on his face, as if he had done something trivial. Greetings, Master Uncle. Greetings, Martial Uncle. Greetings, Martial Granduncle. A series of voices rang out, all of which were greetings. The aura that could make people kneel was immediately reduced by more than half. However, there was still a lingering aura that made people tremble with fear. Before the woman spoke, no one dared to get up. The woman's gaze naturally landed on Yang Chen. At this moment, Yang Chen calmly cupped his hands and saluted the woman. Greetings, Senior. The person who came was an acquaintance that Yang Chen had seen before, the master of the Blue Cloud sect, Shi Yanhe. Elder Shi was also one of the people who participated in the extermination of the Baka of the 100,000 Mountains and had met Yang Chen once. Who would have thought that Elder Shi would be here today? Shi Yanhe seemed to be very surprised that Yang Chen did not care about her darching stage pressure. But on this occasion, she couldn't ask anything more. She just nodded to Yang Chen as a greeting. However, Shi Yanhe immediately discovered that the voice just now was very familiar. It was the guy who shouted. She couldn't help but frown and asked, Yang Chen, did you just shout here? In fact, not only Shi Yanhe, but those who were watching the excitement and planned to plot against Sun Qingxue and Yang Chen, which one of them didn't know the identity of Yang Chen? The reputation of gambling with Zhu Xian in the market a few days ago has long been spread throughout the Blue Cloud sect. Those people didn't mention the name of Yang Chen at all. They were afraid that if there was any responsibility, they could also say that they didn't know the identity of Yang Chen. Of course, the agreement between Yang Chen and the Blue Cloud sect at the beginning was clear to the high-level people, but some ordinary disciples did not understand so much. Deliberately saying that Yang Chen did not have an identity token, there were also some people who did not know, but the person who came up with this method absolutely knew. Exactly. Yang Chen did not deny it, and it was impossible to deny it, and simply admitted it. Today's auction of my sect has neglected the distinguished guess. It was okay if Shi Yanhe didn't open her mouth. When she opened her mouth, many people who had just surrounded here were shocked. Even Shi Yanhe called Yang Chen a distinguished guest, then wouldn't it be a big trouble for them to laugh so much? Several guys kneeling on the ground had begun to tremble slightly. Shi Yanhe was polite, and Yang Chen did not attack. He just smiled slightly and then said, "This younger generation junior just wants to ask in person, what sect Master Lu said in the past, what she promised, does it still count?" What the sect master said, what he promised, of course it count. Shi Yanhe did not even wait for the sect master to come forward, and directly gave an affirmative answer. After answering Yang Chen, Elder Shi seemed to remember the sect disciples who were kneeling on the ground, and shouted at everyone, "All of you, get up." Her voice was not loud, but it was still very clear to everyone's ears. With Shi Yanhe's words, the remaining power on her body also disappeared without a trace. The pressure on everyone was relieved, and only then did they dare to stand up obediently. However, after standing up, they all stood still in a well-behaved manner, not daring to breathe loudly. "Count!" Yang Chen suddenly chuckled, "I don't think so, right? What's going on?" Hearing Yang Chen's words, Shi Yanhe immediately lost her composure. Yang Chen actually questioned the promise of the Blue Cloud sect's sect master. This was simply a big joke. But she did not know what happened, and immediately shouted and asked angrily. Although Shi Yanhe was sitting in the auction house, she was not always paying attention to the movements around her. The people who dared to make trouble inside the Blue Cloud sect had not appeared yet. Most of the time, Elder She was still immersed in her own cultivation, and only came out when something happened. At the moment, she was alarmed by Yang Chen's shout, so she appeared, and did not know what had just happened. Now that Elder She Yenhe shouted so angrily, which disciple still dared to stand up and speak? All of them wished that they could shrink their bodies into the most hidden corner and be silent. And the few people who had just provoked the trouble, their bodies were already like sifting chaff, shaking non-stop. Everyone could not help but be afraid. In addition to being an elder of the Darching stage, Elder She also had another identity, which was the sect's law enforcement hall master. All the disciples' mistakes were punished by Elder She. Among the disciples, which one of them could not help but shrink their heads when they heard the name of Elder She? With such strength, those people dared to face the already angry Elder She. Little Shui, you speak. She Yenhe didn't even have to look to know that it must be these people who caused trouble. No one spoke, and no one spoke. Chapter 494. Sun Qingxue was also oppressed by Elder She's momentum and didn't dare to move just now. There was no way around it, there was a huge difference in the level, she did not ignore the pressure like Yang Chen, and now she did not become the famous dancing snow fairy. In front of the law enforcement hall master Elder She, she also looked like a frightened disciple. Elder She called Sun Qingxue to speak, and Sun Qingxue did not dare to neglect, and obediently told the details of the small conflict. Even how the disciples provoked at the beginning, when Yang Chen was about to leave, everyone provoked again, and so on. Of course, after all, Sun Qingxue was still a disciple of Blue Cloud sect. She only described the behavior of the Jedan stage master who jumped out. As for the guys around, she didn't say much, just a sentence. Yang Chen, is Little Shui's words true? She Yenhe waited for Sun Qingxue to finish and asked immediately. True. Yang Chen certainly wouldn't tear down Sun Qingxue's stage and nodded. Liu Shichang, is Little Shui's words true? Yang Chen nodded, and Shi Yenhe immediately turned to the Jedan stage master who had just come out and asked in a deep voice. True. The Jedan stage master was Liu Shichang. In front of Elder She, where did he dare to play the slightest trick, and honestly nodded to admit it. When he said this, his face was already deathly pale, and his body was trembling non-stop. He was on the verge of collapsing, and it looked like he was about to fall. According to the rules of the sect's auction house, you didn't bring your identity token today, so it's not a problem to stop you. Shi Yenhe also began to have some entanglements, and this matter was indeed a bit of a headache. The disciples on duty in the sect's auction house acted according to the rules, and it was obviously not their fault. Yang Chen didn't have an identity token, so naturally he couldn't go in. If Shi Yenhe was present at the time, it was estimated that she would also make the same decision. However, Shi Yenhe knew that Yang Chen had the qualifications to participate in the auction house. At the end of the day, it was Yang Chen's fault for not bringing his identity token. However, Yang Chen was not a member of Blue Cloud sect, so it would not be appropriate for him to scold him. In Shi Yenhe's eyes, Liu Shichang was indeed wrong. He shouldn't have said anything about Chunyang Palace. As for other things, Elder She did not think that the disciples of the sect were wrong. Now was the time for Blue Cloud sect and Chunyang Palace to cooperate, and Yang Chen had the ability to refine the questioning inner heart pill, but he could not cover up the disciples too much. Liu Shichang's words were inappropriate. He shouldn't have apologized to you. Shi Yenhe immediately made a decision. However, Yang Chen, it's against the rules for you not to bring your identity token. You still can't participate in this auction. I'm not sure about the rules of your sect. Yang Chen listened to Shi Yenhe's words. He smiled slightly and said, Sect Master Liu promised this younger generation junior to participate in the auction, but he never gave this younger generation junior any token. In this way, if there is no problem with the rules of your sect, then maybe. Behind him, Yang Chen dragged his tone, but he didn't say anything more. But everyone present understood that his next words must be that Sect Master Liu's words were not valid, and the promise was invalid. Shi Yenhe was shocked. She never thought that the sect master promised Yang Chen, but did not give him an identity token. At that time, Shi Yanhe could probably guess a few things. In her heart, she understood that this must have been a mistake. This was mostly due to Elder Wan Chen. She had already decided to kill young Chen. How could she be so thoughtful for young Chen? The book collection was collected by Elder Wan Chen. This identity token should have been given to young Chen, but since she had the intention to kill, there was no need to do so. Later, Wan Chen disappeared. Sect Master Lu, of course, would not pay much attention to such a small matter, and it evolved into the present scene. Either the rules were wrong, or the sect master was a villain who did not keep his word. Choosing one of the two, it was difficult for anyone. Young Chen was not a person of Blue Cloud sect. He did not understand the internal rules of Blue Cloud sect, which was excusable. And no matter how many rules you set, what you promised me, no one has implemented it. In the eyes of outsiders, if this is not a promise, then what is it? He took the benefits and promised the conditions of others. Now he took his own rules and did not honor them. What else can people say? That may be a mistake in a hurry, it is also possible. Young Chen did not let Elder Shi's embarrassment continue for a long time. He immediately added the following words and let Shi Yanhe have a dignified way out. It must be the person in charge of the affairs who made a mistake in a hurry. I will supervise carefully. I will give you an explanation for this matter. With young Chen's way out, Shi Yanhe immediately slipped down the pole. But at this moment, Shi Yanhe still wants to maintain the face and reputation of the sect master. It can only be the mistake of the person in charge of the affairs, not the mistake of the sect master. Senior, what sect master Lu promised, is it still counted? Young Chen immediately asked another question, but he had to chase the qualification of the auction. Can this junior still enter the auction house and participate in this auction? What I said, what I promised, of course it counts. Suddenly there was a voice coming from the side. It was Sect Master Lu Zhenyu of Blue Cloud Sect. No one knew when she had appeared here. Greetings, Sect Master. All the ordinary disciples bowed again. Only Shi Yanhe and young Chen were left standing to salute. Shi Yanhe was the sect master's senior sister. There was no need to bow. And young Chen was a guest. Although his seniority was small, he did not have to bow. All the disciples here, except Sun Qingxue and Liu Shichang, all go to the law enforcement hall to receive 100 lashes and face the wall for half a year. When Sect Master Lu came, he immediately said nothing and directly announced the punishment of the people present. Liu Shichang, you receive 500 lashes, you are not allowed to receive a monthly salary for 5 years, and face the wall for 10 years. All the disciples, including the disciples who were on duty at the auction house, were included. It seems that Sect Master Lu has already understood the ins and outs of the matter, and even the small means of temporarily adjusting the level of the auction has already been understood. Those who participated in this matter, where did they dare to say half a word, all obediently accepted the punishment. Young Chen, since I promised you that you can participate in my sect's auction, you can naturally participate. Sect Master Lu then turned to young Chen. From now on, Chunyang Palace young Chen comes to my sect to participate in the auction, without an identity token, come and go. The latter sentence was 100 miles away, and the question of young Chen just now had the same effect, so that everyone heard the sect master's decision. This voice caused countless people to turn pale with fright. For young Chen alone, the sect master specially changed the rules of the auction, and only set up a new rule for him. Young Chen's position in everyone's mind suddenly went up countless steps. As for those who had just participated in teasing and ridiculing young Chen, their faces were even more ashen. If they knew this, they wouldn't have done such a stupid thing at that time. Chapter 495. This time, even Sect Master Lu was alarmed, which really made many people drop their eyes. Young Chen was in full view of the public, with Sun Qingxue swaggering into the auction house accompanied by the host of the auction house. The matter finally ended with a group of disciples being punished and young Chen entering the auction house. But the follow-up things did not end here. Along with the sect master, there were several elders, including Sun Qingxue's master who were wanting. Although she was a master of the darching stage, but the sect master came forward, she did not intervene. This matter was originally the fault of the Blue Cloud sect. At that time, no one thought that everyone was busy taking care of Hua Wanting, busy celebrating Hua Wanting's promotion to the Dacheng stage. No one gave Yang Chen an identity token. Wen Qian, who should have handled this matter, has been missing for many years. Her whereabouts were unknown, and no one could be found to take responsibility. Sect Master Lu punished a large number of people, and at the same time gave Yang Chen a special rule, which quickly calmed the dissatisfaction of all parties, and the handling was quite decent. Of course, it was mainly to calm Yang Chen's dissatisfaction. But the root of the matter was a group of male disciples headed by Liu Shichang, who admired Sun Qingxue and wanted to be Sun Qingxue's Dao companion, but Sun Qingxue did not agree, and everyone became angry out of shame. Among them, there was the shadow of Liu Shichang's master Shangguanxian. Shangguanxian was also a master of the Yuanying stage, and she had a close relationship with Wen Qian. At the same time, she was one of the people who knew that the sect master did not give Yang Chen an identity token at that time. This time, she also accidentally revealed this news, so that Liu Shichang thought that he had grasped Yang Chen's weakness, and he could humiliate Yang Chen in front of Sun Qingxue. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen directly alarmed sect master Liu. Liu Shichang was punished. No one said anything. It was indeed his fault first. However, sect master Liu did not seem to let go of Shangguanxian. Junior sister Shangguan. Watching Yang Chen enter the auction house, and all the disciples went to the law enforcement hall, sect master Liu shouted, "Master!" Shangguanxian also knew that Liu Shichang was in trouble, and it was related to her, so she didn't dare to say anything more. She respectfully called sect master and walked out. "Go and see what Yang Chen wants to buy." Sect master Liu directly said, "No matter what he buys, no matter what price, the spirit stones will be paid by you." This is the sect's apology to Yang Chen. Sect master Liu's punishment was also reasonable. "Since you, Shangguanxian, know that we have made a mistake in handling, not only did you not check the loophole for the sect, but you told your disciple, let him use this loophole to embarrass the distinguished guest. If I don't punish you, who should I punish?" Shangguanxian also knew that she had gone too far this time, so she did not dare to refuse. She agreed directly and quickly entered the auction house. The sect master only asked her to pay some spirit stones, and did not let her lose face in front of many disciples. It was already very protective of her face. Shangguanxian did not dare to have other thoughts. "Sect master, isn't this too courteous to Yang Chen?" When Shangguanxian's figure could not be seen, someone asked softly, "He is just a junior in the foundation establishment stage. He is now in the late foundation establishment stage, but he can already refine the questioning inner heart pill, heaven seizing pill, and black tiger soul nourishing pill." Sect master Liu looked at the door of the auction house, and said somewhat inscrutably, "Who knows what he can refine when he is in the Jedan stage?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. Others were not clear, but the strength of the questioning inner heart pill was clear. Such a genius alchemist was bound to be the target of all parties. The higher the courtesy that Blue Cloud sect gave him, the easier it was to establish a good relationship with Yang Chen. In addition, the sect and Chunyang Palace have just begun to cooperate this time, and Liu Shichang said something inappropriate. Sect Master Liu then said, "Courteous treatment of Yang Chen is also to give Chunyang Palace an explanation. After all, the cooperation will take a long time, and we can't focus on the present." Considering the overall situation, there was no reason to refute. Everyone also accepted these 2 points and nodded silently. "Sister Hua, how is the matter between Little Shui and Yang Chen?" After Sect Master Liu said this, he turned to Hua Wanting and asked, "It looks like it's very good." When she heard this, a smile appeared on Hua Wanting's face. This time, when Yang Chen came, on the first day, he got a pair of everlasting spring wood and immortal wood for Little Shui. The solidifying Dan is already in the bag. And he also gave me a big fright that day. It can make Sister Hua scared. I want to hear what the fuss is about. Shi Yanhe next to her heard Hua Wanting say this, and she was also curious, and asked with a smile. "Senior sister, sect master, and senior sisters and junior sisters, who among you has seen a large cup of 4C's mysterious coral liquid?" Hua Wanting looked around at the crowd, first dropped a restriction, and then asked very plainly, "How big is a cup?" Shi Yanhe asked a little carelessly. About 3 cups of wine, so a big cup. Hua Wanting also seemed to answer casually. 3 cups of wine. Shi Yanhe may not have paid much attention to what it was at first. After hearing 3 cups of wine, she instinctively repeated it, and then suddenly, like a cat that had its tail stepped on, the whole exploded. What? 3 cups of wine? 4 C's mysterious coral liquid? The people next to her have long been completely sluggish. 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, when was it used to talk about 2? Wasn't it about drops? 3, how many drops would that be? You said he has 3 or 2 4 C's mysterious coral liquid? Shi Yanhe's eyes suddenly lit up. He participated in the sect's auction, just to auction the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. Even the masters of the darching stage were shocked by the reputation of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. No way, this kind of rare thing, no matter when it was a good thing that could attract people. Auction? No. Hua Wanting shook her head directly, and said slowly in a tone that made people anxious to catch her and torture her, "Guess what he did with those 4 C's mysterious coral liquid? Junior sister, you are sincerely hanging our appetite. How do we know how he uses those 4 C's mysterious coral liquid?" Shi Yanhe's words said everyone's thoughts, including Sect Master Lu's thoughts at the moment. His alchemy is so powerful, is it because of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid? No. No. Hua Wanting shook her head and said, "These 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, he brought it for little Shui to drink." What? A group of masters of the Yuanying stage and Darching stage, the sect masters and elders of the Blue Cloud sect, almost said these 2 words in unison. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and there was an incredible look in their eyes. How is it possible? I watched little Shui drink it with my own eyes. Hua Wanting also smiled bitterly. What is impossible? Chapter 496. The senior members of the Blue Cloud sect were shocked by the news of Elder Hua Wanting. What kind of prodigal son would come up with 3 or 2 of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid as a drink? If these 4 C's mysterious coral liquids fall into the hands of the Blue Cloud sect, it would be a good thing for people to have unlimited imagination. Senior sister, you just watch the 2 young people spoil the good things. Sect Master Lu also smiled bitterly. Can't you take it on the spot? Ari. Hua Wanting let out a long sigh and told her what happened at that time. Then she sighed and said, "He is good to little Shui. As an elder and a master, do I have to rob a junior's things? But that is the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid after all." The elder who spoke had a face full of grief, and it seemed that she was more distressed than spoiling her good things. No. Sect Master Lu suddenly said, "Before coming to the Blue Cloud sect, where was Yang Chen? I heard that he went to the sea." Elder Hua Wanting's relationship with Sun Qingxue would naturally pay attention to Yang Chen and probably know that he went to the sea before. Going to the sea? That's right. Sect Master Lu nodded slightly and said, "He must have found a group of Millennium Mysterious Coral, otherwise how could there be so many 4 C's mysterious coral liquids?" Everyone looked like they were suddenly enlightened. This explanation was the most reasonable one. If a group of Millennium Mysterious Coral was found, it would explain why Yang Chen has so many 4 C's mysterious coral liquids, and why Yang Chen would rather give it to Sun Qingxue to drink than to use it for alchemy refining. As long as this group of Millennium Mysterious Coral is still there, Yang Chen can collect a lot of 4 C's mysterious coral liquids every other year. Of course, it is best to use it to strengthen the body at the beginning. In this way, he is still very good to little Shui. Sect Master Lu immediately came to another conclusion, and Yang Chen was not willing to let people misunderstand the conclusion. Millennium Mysterious Coral Group, Sect Master, should we? Shi Yanhe was not a good man or woman. As the Law Enforcement Hall Master, the people in the sect all changed their faces. Needless to say, it was a means to the outside world, and she immediately asked. As soon as the words came out, Hua Wanting's face changed. Everyone else was excited, waiting for the decision of the sect master. No. Sect Master Lu shook his head and said, "Since he can be so good to little Shui, then we have to ask the palace master of Chunyang Palace. At that time, we can still get the 4 C's mysterious coral liquids without hurting each other. Sect Master Shui, we can of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid." Shi Yanhe still didn't understand Yang Chen's approach. If you have such a good thing, why don't you hide it and give it to the sect, but give it to an outsider? How do you know that Chunyang Palace doesn't know? Sect Master Lu then analyzed. Maybe it is through Yang Chen's hand to tell us that Chunyang Palace has a long-term cooperation with us. With the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, who knows how many magic weapons and high-level medicinal pills Chunyang Palace will have, and how many hidden powerful disciples will there be? In the future, restrain all disciples and maintain a good relationship with Chunyang Palace. Remember. Everyone nodded. No matter how powerful Yang Chen was, it was impossible for him to have all the good luck in the world. It would be strange if the sect didn't help him. The 100,000 mountains had shown that Chunyang Palace had slowly begun to show its ferocious claws and teeth and was on the road to rise. If that's the case. Shi Yanhe suddenly let out a long sigh. Pure Yang Palace is really big. Shi Yanhe couldn't help but sigh. Even the Blue Cloud sect may not have the confidence to drink so much 4 C's mysterious coral liquid as a drink. Anyway, it's out. Let's go in and see what Yang Chen wants to buy. Deciding the attitude towards Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace, Sect Master Lu looked at the sisters and suddenly proposed. No one objected. They collectively entered the auction house and occupied the largest box. They discussed this for a long time outside, but the auction had already begun inside. What did Yang Chen buy? Shi Yanhe asked when she went in. When the sect master and the elders arrived, they naturally knew what they wanted to know. Soon everyone learned from the auction house that Yang Chen had previously spent 50 jin of middle-grade spirit stones to buy a vein of spirit spring. What did he buy the spirit spring for? Alchemy. Elder Shi's first reaction was alchemy. Yang Chen's alchemy level has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, so that people's first guess around him would be alchemy. That spirit spring is suitable for alchemy. Looking at the introduction carefully, everyone also agreed with Elder Shi's guess. If they knew that Yang Chen bought the spirit spring to make wine, they didn't know how they would behave. There were a lot of things sold at this auction, but Yang Chen seemed to not care about other auction items at all except the spirit spring. There were more than a dozen things in a row, whether it was a magic weapon or a material. Yang Chen did not make a move. Let me listen to what this little guy wants. The auction house in the sect was almost undefended for these big shots. If they wanted to know something, there was nothing that could stop them. The words of Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue quickly reached the ears of everyone. If I buy this earth pole true fire, I can have another kind of alchemy fire, and there will be more choices for alchemy. Without any surprise, Yang Chen stopped for a while and immediately began to talk about his plan. Alchemy fire? Interesting. All the things bought are related to alchemy. It seems that this little guy is bent on alchemy. Elder Shi was still very supportive of Yang Chen's choice, and he also appreciated Yang Chen while talking. No one discovered that from the beginning of their discussion outside and now they were talking, there was such a thin spiritual awareness thread around everyone that people would not notice at all. All their words, even under the restriction of Elder Hua, passed into Yang Chen's ears without any hindrance. It seems that one of the purposes of exposing the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid has been achieved, which made Yang Chen very satisfied. In addition to giving Sun Qingxue body refining, it was to make Blue Cloud sect unable to figure out the depth of Chunyang Palace. At present, it seems that the effect was good. The strength of Chunyang Palace was not as good as Blue Cloud sect and Green Jade Immortal Island, and they could only use this way to increase some chips. Inform all the disciples of the auction house, including those guests, no one should compete, let them give the earth pole true fire to Yang Chen. Sect Master Lu's boldness was amazing. He decided to win over Yang Chen, and almost spared no effort to support him. It is his return for giving Little Snow the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. The order of the sect master was immediately passed down. Except for Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue, everyone was soon notified. No one would disobey the sect master's meaning, even those guests were no exception. On Yang Chen's face, there was already a mysterious smile. Chapter 497. Who could have thought that Yang Chen, a junior in the foundation stage, could actually be under the eyes of a group of Darching stage masters, rely on his spiritual awareness threads to pass through the restrictions and clearly hear the things they discussed? Of course, Passing through the restrictions was a bit exaggerated. After all, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was arranged first, and the restrictions of several masters were only on this basis, which did not prevent Yang Chen from understanding their movements clearly. Everything was based on one point: the role of the powerful spiritual awareness threads of the three purities' secret art. The cultivation method of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord was really not comparable to the ordinary spiritual awareness cultivation method. Someone paid for himself, but Yang Chen couldn't do too much, otherwise, he could let Liu Shichang's master Shangguanxian pay spirit stones. In order to give everyone an image of focusing on alchemy, when he left the auction, there were only 3 more things on Yang Chen's body. One was the spirit spring, one was the fire seed of the earth pole true fire, and the other was the last kind of alchemy material that was auctioned, which was not expensive. Even so, the 3 things before and after cost nearly 10 jin of the best quality spirit stones. There was no way around it. Even if no one competed with Yang Chen for the fire seed of the earth pole true fire, the base price was still there. That item alone had 8 jin of the best quality spirit stones, and Yang Chen's bid directly increased the base price by 1 jin, which was already very cheap. These 10 jin of the best quality spirit stones were enough to empty Shangguanxian's pocket. Don't look at her as a yuanying stage master of the Blue Cloud sect. After hundreds of years of accumulation, if you count spirit stones alone, it was just this net worth. When Yang Chen learned that someone had already paid the bill, the fake smile on his face made people couldn't help but want to give him a punch. They had never seen such a cheap guy. Fortunately, this time, everyone could still bear it. The spirit spring was directly collected into the gourd. The gourd was indeed powerful. The spirit spring with such a foundation was directly put in. It only showed a small pond inside, but it could flow out at any time. During the auction, every customer was given a cup of spring water for them to test to see if it was suitable for their needs. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling tasted it and thought it was good, so they bought it. The fire seed of the polar true fire was not in a hurry to be absorbed, and it was not even in a hurry to be absorbed into the profound spirit furnace. Anyway, it was very safe to put it in the merit ring. Yang Chen did not want to expose his profound spirit furnace in the Blue Cloud sect. The purpose of going to the Blue Cloud sect has basically been fully achieved. Now, he just needed to give an explanation to the head of the palace and take Sun Qingxue around to gain experience. However, before he left, Yang Chen met an interesting guy. Zhu Xian took the initiative to come to the door, and without saying anything, he directly put out a wine and placed it in front of Yang Chen. "Little brother, I found a circle that matches the taste. Have a taste of these wines and see which one suits your distiller's yeast best." It had been almost 10 days, and the small pot of wine that was melted with water had already entered the stomach of Zhu Xian. After tasting that kind of wine, how could Zhu Xian still drink the so-called wine of the past, and only the taste of that small pot of wine was in his mind. Hearing Yang Chen say that it was more appropriate to use wine to melt it than to melt it with water, Zhu Xian immediately searched around. He could also find a place. In just 10 days, he found more than a dozen kinds of wine that he felt were suitable. Sure enough, he was a wine person, but it was very in line with Yang Chen's appetite. Yang Chen did not refuse, picked up these wines, poured them out one by one, and began to taste them one by one. Zhu Xian watched Yang Chen taste them and looked forward to it. The plan in his heart could even be seen by Sun Qingxue, which was to find the right wine to melt the distiller's yeast and then be able to taste the wine again. Finally, after Yang Chen tasted a circle, he picked out 2 of them. This action made Zhu Xian simply surprised and happy. If there were 2 kinds, it meant that he could have 2 flavors of wine to satisfy his craving. These 2 are barely passable, the others are not. Yang Chen did not have too much bad feeling for this predecessor who had a good gambling character. Anyway, it was sharing 2 drops of distiller's yeast. For the huge distiller's yeast of a lake, it was just a drop in the bucket. Moreover, for Zhu Xian, Yang Chen had another consideration. Zhu Xian's predecessor was a loose immortal, and from the news that Yang Chen learned in the past few days, his reputation in various sects was not bad. 5 Elements sect and Blue Cloud sect even gave him the qualifications of a guest. With such an identity, he was able to learn some of the latest news in the cultivation world, and sometimes he was even more well-informed than those who specialized in inquiring about the news. As long as Yang Chen tempted with wine, he would not worry about getting some news from Zhu Xian. Moreover, Zhu Xian was a Yuanying stage cultivator. Let him use news or some other things in exchange for wine, Zhu Xian would absolutely like it. This time, Zhu Xian learned to be good, and every kind of wine was packed in a jar, not a small wine pot. After Yang Chen chose, he directly took out 2 large wine jars. Looking at the volume of the wine jar, each jar could hold at least 40 jin. Zhu Xian took out the wine jar and looked at Yang Chen with a little embarrassment. Yang Chen did not say anything about his little thoughts. In each jar, there was still a drop of distiller's yeast. Of course, compared to the last time, this drop was a little bigger, but it was just enough to meet the needs of a jar of wine. Soon, the fragrance of the wine escaped. Zhu Xian couldn't help but squint his eyes and sniff the wine in the air, but Yang Chen had not moved, and he was not embarrassed to take the initiative to drink. Yang Chen took 2 big jade cups, both of which were 3 cups, but one was given to Sun Qingxue. The little girl's alcohol capacity was good. At that time, she was not intoxicated by the smell of wine and could also drink some. "Senior, please help yourself." Yang Chen held a wine jar and poured it for himself and Sun Qingxue respectively, and made a please gesture to Zhu Xian. Of course, Zhu Xian had his own guy. He immediately took out a cup, and then filled it, and touched it gently with Yang Chen. Sun Qingxue, of course, would not brush away Yang Chen's face. She also picked up the wine glass and touched it with Yang Chen. The 3 were in Sun Qingxue's small courtyard, slowly savoring the wine. "It really is delicious. It's better than the last time." After Zhu Xian took a sip, his face was full of satisfaction, and he sighed again. "It's still a little worse." Yang Chen smiled and said, "When this younger generation junior brews some auxiliary wine, then I will ask the senior to taste it. Is there a better one?" Zhu Xian's eyes lit up on the spot. People who love wine, can't hear good wine, can't see good wine, and immediately began to scratch their ears and cheeks. If it wasn't for Yang Chen still needing to brew, it was estimated that Zhu Xian could directly ask for it. Chapter 498. Of course, there are some key things and steps missing in the brewing process of these wines. Yang Chen nodded and explained, "The wine is already the ultimate, but the spirit wine is not enough. With my distiller's yeast, it is still a little worse." Yang Chen was not afraid to say more. The more the wine immortal listened, the more greedy he would be. Especially after he tasted these 2 big jars of wine, the result would be worse. "What else is missing?" The wine immortal was stunned, and then asked anxiously, "Can I find the spirit wine brewed by those sects?" "The secret, senior, the secret." Yang Chen stretched out a finger and shook it in front of his eyes. He smiled and said, "This is the unique skill of this younger generation junior, and it will never be easily leaked." The wine immortal was even more anxious when he heard this, but it was not good to be too tight. He could only accompany Yang Chen with a smile and asked, "Little brother, when you brew it, can you let this elder brother open his eyes?" A Yuanying stage predecessor, like a greedy child lying in front of him, showing a smile and pleading appearance, let Sun Qingxue could no longer hold back, and burst out laughing. "It's not impossible." Yang Chen also laughed out, but he was much deeper than Sun Qingxue, and he would not lose his composure on the spot. "But what is the senior going to use to exchange?" When Sun Qingxue laughed, the wine immortal was a little embarrassed, but when he heard Yang Chen's tone, he immediately refreshed, and regardless of whether it was in line with his Yuanying stage predecessor identity, he leaned forward and asked anxiously, "What do you want? What does the senior have?" Yang Chen would not take the initiative to say what he wanted. The purpose was too strong, maybe it would be self-defeating. Let the wine immortal say it himself, that was appropriate. The wine immortal was a little embarrassed on the spot. He had a good life of wine. Most of the things were related to wine. There were really not many other things. Even his cultivation base was also because of drinking, just like Shangguan Feng, he liked to do business and was obsessed with it, and his cultivation base was naturally slowly profound. Because of this reason, except for things related to wine, there were not many wine immortals. The reason why there was eternal spring wood on him was because of another characteristic of eternal spring wood. The wine jars and cups made of eternal spring wood could preserve the original taste of the wine to the greatest extent, preventing it from evaporating. However, before he could use it, it was swapped out by Sun Qingxue. Yang Chen liked alchemy, which the wine immortal knew. The matter of the auction house was so big that the Blue Cloud sect almost directly punished hundreds of disciples. How could the well-informed wine immortal not be clear? However, he has the things to make wine, but the things to make alchemy, the wine immortal can be worried. Suddenly, the wine immortal remembered one thing, and suddenly slapped his thigh in surprise, and shouted loudly, "You will like this." As he said that, he took 2 steps forward and asked with a smile, "If I have some information about a high-grade fire seed, I wonder if I can exchange it for your wine?" "Yes. Of course, you can." Yang Chen's eyes also lit up on the spot. When he first questioned his family about Dan Fang, he said that everyone was allowed to exchange fire seeds for medicinal pills, and Chunyang Palace has been vigorously collecting fire seeds. Of course, it was possible to exchange it for wine. "I know where there is netherworld fire and evil fire." Hearing that Yang Chen agreed to exchange, the wine immortal immediately reported the names of the 2 flames. 5th grade fire seed, how much wine can you exchange it for? It's just news, not fire seeds. Yang Chen smiled and corrected it, and brought the wine immortal to the news side. The news of 5th grade fire seed, 400 jin, how about it? Deal. The wine immortal was overjoyed. 400 jin of Yang Chen's wine, drink a little bit, a jin a day, can support more than a year. The news of 2 kinds of fire seeds was 800 jin, more than 2 years. Such a long time was enough to find some other news. By the way, can other news be exchanged? After discovering that the news could be exchanged for wine, the wine immortal immediately realized that he had other sources of news. Alchemy materials, all kinds of pill furnaces, can these be exchanged? Yes. Yang Chen nodded again, which made the wine immortal happy to the extreme. He didn't have much other things, but this kind of news could be caught in a lot, how much he wanted. Doesn't this mean that he can find Yang Chen at any time in the future to exchange for wine? However, senior, this younger generation junior has not brewed the auxiliary wine yet. Yang Chen hurriedly interrupted the happiness of the wine immortal, and said the ugly words first. "If you want the distiller's yeast to be melted, it will be at least a year later." "No problem, I can use these 2 for the time being." Of course, the wine immortal knows that brewing takes time, but he is almost inseparable from Yang Chen's wine. If these days are interrupted, it will be a big trouble, and it can really kill him. In addition, senior, we have an agreement in advance. Yang Chen once again made an agreement with the wine immortal. If you use some outdated news to perfunctory words, don't blame this younger generation junior for not appreciating it. That is natural. The wine immortal did not dare to boast about anything else, but he could completely pat his chest and guarantee, which one you think is not suitable, you cannot count it. Good. Yang Chen finally no longer had other requirements, but it seemed that he thought of something and asked curiously, every time the senior comes to send the news by himself, what if this younger generation junior has no fixed place to do? Easy. The wine immortal relied on the news to mix among the cultivators. Of course, he had his own way. Every big market has a wine immortal house, that is my business. There is nothing else inside. If you need any news, you can go inside and ask the shopkeeper. If you leave something, you can leave it to the shopkeeper. With that, the wine immortal directly handed over a small jade card. Take this, as long as you show it to the shopkeeper, he will tell you what to do. After receiving the jade card, Yang Chen couldn't help but be in awe. The wine immortal seemed to be playing with dust, but this arrangement was definitely a big deal. No wonder he could navigate between several major sects. Those who could live so well in this world were not easy to deal with. Well, this younger generation junior will go out to experience in the near future. If the senior needs it, you can change some first. Yang Chen did not forget to remind the wine immortal, when this younger generation junior returns to the sect, after the brewing, I will leave some to the sect's palace master. Even if this younger generation junior is not in the sect, the senior can also change it. This was to let the wine immortal and the head of the palace to trade. What news was needed, it was decided by the head of the palace. It was a very easy trick to connect the news of the wine immortal with the Chunyang Palace. Good. The wine immortal felt that this arrangement was good. Otherwise, if Yang Chen retreated for decades, he would not be greedy to death. After that, he suddenly thought of a question. What is the name of this wine? There must be a name, right? Jade Dragon Wine. Yang Chen was too lazy to think of a too elegant name and directly gave this.